Good morning, Wayne County.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Not bad at all. I have one for you today.
Who do you got?
Sean Edward Reed,
All right.
and he is on camera. So let us know what you need.
Do you don't have LaJohn Washington?
Stand by.
Thank you.
LaJohn Washington. He is at Jail Division 2.
So we'll just be waiting for them.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Sean.
Hello.
I just want to let you know I see that you're here. We're waiting for your attorney, Mr. Jonathan Jones. So I'm going to put you back in the waiting room, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. O'Donnell.
Wait, hold on a second. Good morning, this is Jim O'Donnell. I'm calling about the Beach case. Did he retain an attorney?
Not that I know of. No, we do not have anything showing that he did.
Because that was why we put it over for the day, because he said he was going to retain.
Correct, but it does not show that he did.
Okay, so what time will the court be in session?
Mr. Beach's hearing's at 9.
At 9.
Yep.
All right, I will be in and out. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Morning, Darian.
Good morning.
Mr. Carter? Austin Carter. Mr. Casey?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. What case, are you on LaJohn Washington?
No, I'm here on Timothy Fry, I believe. PTC.
Oh, okay. Just so you know, that's not till 10:15.
Oh, okay. I'll dip back in then.
So you're covering for Bickerstaff, correct?
I am. Yep.
All
I'm
right.
Bickerstaff today.
All right. Yep. I don't know if you want to come back a little bit closer, maybe about 9:45.
Sounds good. Will do.
All right. See you then.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Heather,
Yep.
along with my three, I'm also covering Robert Wade for APA Annal.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good morning, Alex.
Morning, Heather.
Officer Hasham, I don't know if it's detective or lieutenant or sergeant. Hasham?
Or Officer Hasham.
Hassan.
A case that.
Yeah, I'm muted. 1 second. Sorry.
All right. Which case are you here on? Oh. Can you hear me now? Hassan? Hassan Hasham?
Not. Sorry.
You still can't hear me talk? Alex, I'm bringing in Mr. Perkins. It's on the
Alrighty.
Major Robertson case, just to see if you guys are prepared or not yet.
Gotcha. I think I sent paper on that already.
Hey, Joe, I think I'm having audio issues. Help me out real quick with Zoom. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in. I just.
Can you hear me now?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Good morning. Can you
Good
hear me?
morning. Can you hear me?
Okay, she can hear me.
Good.
Thank you, Heather.
Yep. But can you hear me?
I cannot hear you. No. I don't know if it's my audio. Yep, I did. Let me try again. Oh, I have to plug it into the.
There.
Yeah. Can you plug it in here?
To do that, yeah, that's where I get plugged in. Let me know.
Okay.
Hassan, can you hear me now? Oh, put your earbuds in. Hassan, can you hear me now? Hassan? Mr. Reed, we're still waiting on your attorney. So it'll still be a few, okay?
That's fine. We're on standby.
Okay, thank you so much, guys.
Mhm.
Miss Dial,
Hello.
hello. Did you need to speak to Mr. Reed in a breakout room while we're waiting?
Yes, please.
All right, I'm gonna put you guys in a breakout room.
Thank you.
Alex, are you and Jane, you're gonna do felonies? Jane's gonna do misdemeanors?
Yep.
Okay. I'm still waiting for Perkins to get on. I think I'm gonna remove him and have him try again.
Gotcha. Step out really quick. I'll be right back.
Sure. Good morning, Jane.
Morning. On the I haven't told Alex this, but on the Perkins case, that airport case that Perkins is on, I want to go on that. I issued the warrant. I know a lot about the case.
Oh, okay. It looks like Todd Perkins is trying to sign in. He's not signing in. Mr. Robertson is here, and so is the police department. So we're just waiting for Mr. Perkins.
Is Robertson the name of the defendant? I can't remember. I issued
Major
the warrant
Robertson, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you talking about because it's Todd Perkins' case? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I knew it was Todd Perkins. I
Okay,
issued
yep.
the warrant last Saturday. It was an in custody, and he wants to argue bond and stuff. And
Argue bond. The guy posted. He's
the
out
guy
of jail.
oh, I know. He wants to argue that he wants to leave the state. That's what it is.
Okay. Sorry. Hassan, can you hear me?
Hassan, hate you.
Try to use the.
Hello. Hello.
Jane? Unmute yourself.
I am.
Okay. I have Mr. Kaiser, who's the attorney for Daryl Witkowski at 9 a.m.
Okay.
They're asking for another adjournment. He's in Columbia, but he's asking for an adjournment because Mr. Witkowski has a felony and they're trying to resolve that by the end of the month. So he's asking for a 30-day adjournment. Is that okay with you?
Who's in Columbia?
Mr. Kaiser is, and he doesn't know if he'll be able to zoom through. And get
Okay, that's
this
fine.
fixed.
Yeah, we can just adjourn this.
Okay, thank you. I'll let him know.
Heather?
Sorry, Alex.
No worries. I didn't know if you were away from the desk or not. I don't know if Jane told you. Jane is going to handle Mr. Perkins' PCC since she signed the warrant on it.
Yes, she
Okay.
did. I'm going to bring in Robert or Perkins now and see if it works.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thanks. Detective Nays, can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning. I can hear you. How are you?
Good morning. All right. We're going to be working on that case pretty soon, so it'll just be a few minutes, okay?
Okay, sounds good. No worries. Thank you. We got a few stacked up here as well, so thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Mr.
Hacham?
Perkins.
Hey, good morning.
Did you need to speak to your client, Mr. Robertson?
He's actually in my office in a computer on our conference room.
All right. Well, do I need to bring him in?
Yeah, you can. Yes, absolutely. Because I need to ask for permission to travel because he's a Texas resident.
Okay. Okay. Just 1 second.
All right.
We'll wait for the judge to get on whenever you talk about bond.
Okay.
Miss Dial, are you and Mr. Reed ready?
I'm sorry, I stepped away. What was the question?
Are you and Mr. Reed ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
this is Deputy Pravanchi. They just handed me an ad on a Carl Boone on a warrant.
I'm gonna guess that one needs to go to a different.
Would be
Carl?
Magistrate Hinman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Jane, do you have any pleas for the misdemeanors this morning or no?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't do them until the attorney asks me for one because half the time people don't show on them.
All right. Mr. Nunley, you're our MIDC this morning, correct?
That is correct.
All right, thanks. Alex,
Yep.
did you speak with Daughtery? Is he coming in today or you handling him for his 2 cases?
With who, Heather?
Dennis, I don't know if I'm saying.
Oh,
right.
Dennis. Shoot. Yeah, I think I'm handling them today.
Oh, okay.
I have the
Just-
files.
Okay, good. All right.
This for Sean Taylor and where's the other one?
Ward Patrick is the last name on the other one.
Yep, I have Ward Patrick.
Good
And
morning.
Judge-
Appearances on People versus Reed, please.
Is that you?
Good morning, Your Honor. Darian Fortier on behalf of the people, P83359.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Deja Dow, P84676 on behalf of Sean Reed. Sean, can you please state your name for the record?
Sean Edward Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Reed. Welcome back, Ms. Fortier.
Thanks, Judge. Good to be back.
And what do we got, ladies?
At this time, I don't have any discovery, so I would like to request all paper and digital discovery and either a short adjournment so that I can receive the discovery or set it for a preliminary examination.
Ms. Dial, I'll send you the evidence.com link right now. I do have all of the digital discovery on there. Does your email follow the typical NDS format?
Yes.
Counsel, your call. I can give you an exam date if you think you want to do that, or we'll set it for another PCC. Doesn't matter to me.
I am ready to set it for preliminary exam.
All right. Looking at October 18th in the afternoon, if that works for you, ladies.
Well, unfortunately, I'll be on vacation that day. Can I please have another date?
Well, that's not unfortunately, that's fortunately. I hope it's a nice one. How about the 25th of October?
Good for the
We've got
people.
late morning or afternoon.
Afternoon, please.
How about 2 p.m. on the 25th?
That is perfect. Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'm assuming we're going to do this live, ladies.
Yes, please.
All right. Anything as to bond?
No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Mr. Reed, you understand what we've done, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any questions for your attorney before we let you go?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, division.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor. You and your staff have a wonderful day.
Thank you much. What's next, Heather?
Mr. Robertson,
Appearances for Mr. Robertson's file, please.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. May it please this honorable court. My name is Todd Wilson Perkins, P55623, appearing on behalf of Mr. Robertson. We waive our right to have an in-court proceeding, understanding that we're proceeding by way of Zoom. Is that correct, Mr. Robertson? And state your name and announce yourself to the court, please.
Yes, how you doing today? My name is Major Robertson.
Yes, and you're willing
Thank
to
you, Mr.
proceed by way of Zoom?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right, Ms. Perkins. What are we doing?
I have received some discovery. I believe there's a plethora of discovery that has not been received that is available. I don't know if it's been turned over to the prosecution. From what I did receive, I got an evidence.com link yesterday, and from that, I only received paper discovery. This is an incident that happened at the airport, so I know there's video. I think there's a lot of other things too. I would ask if the court would, I would like another PCC date to be able to go through what I think is going to be a volume of discovery to see where we're at.
How far out you want to go?
Approximately 2 weeks, if we could keep it, real tight. But what I do want to present to the prosecution is a proposed discovery order, and I'll present that to Ms. Gillis. And if there are any other issues, perhaps come back to the court sooner than the PCC date.
Yeah, let's do the PCC date first. The 20th work?
Okay.
And
you know how to get a hold of Heather, Ms.
Yes.
Perkins. So if you've got discovery issues you want to deal with before the 20th, just reach out to Heather.
Okay. What
And
day?
Your Honor, the OIC is
I'm
on.
looking at October,
I'm sorry.
I'm looking at October 20 for the PCC.
October 20. Can I check this one on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would it be possible to have that PCC early in the morning before I have an exam, in-person exam at 36th District at 11? Would it be possible to have a PCC like at 8:30 or 9 o'clock?
Let's do 8:45.
Okay.
Anything else?
Well, Miss Gillis, I didn't know, I had cut Miss Gillis off, I think, when she was saying something.
The OIC is on the Zoom here, and I'm just wondering, do you have a lot of video you can upload today?
Oh, good morning, Your Honor. I did upload video to Mr. Curry. Mr. Curry should have received a video this morning from evidence.com. The video was uploaded to APA Gillis a week ago, but I don't know why it's not received. So I did upload the video. There should be 8 videos with clips and attachments, all going to Mr. Curry.
Okay. I just was making sure that, okay, we'll get that to you, Mr. Perkins, probably tonight.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, yeah, I did want to address the issue of bond, Your Honor. My client is, he's a resident of the state of Texas. He'd like to be able to go back home and come back to court. He's in compliance with his bond right now. I did ask Ms. Gillis, and she just said that we'd have to ask the court.
On behalf of the people, Your Honor, this is a forgery case that Mr. Robertson had on him a license from Texas with his picture on it, Tennessee, another one from Tennessee, different person, one from California. He was on his way to California. He was here in Detroit, and he lives in Texas. So he's got connections all over. He had credit cards and names and IDs of people from all over. My concern is he has so many connections from around the country that my concern is his lack of return.
May I respond?
Understood.
Can I respond to that, please?
Yes, when she's done. I want to make sure she's
done.
I thought.
It's just, and then he's, he has unemployment cards from tons of people we haven't even charged on yet because we haven't been able to figure out if they are real people and stuff. So it'd be pretty easy for him to slip through the system. I don't know what he paid for a bond. I wasn't at the bond when he was arraigned, but
$300,000.
300?
300.
Cash?
10%.
That's my concern, Your Honor, that he has so many connections around the country, and he's pretty good at making all these fake IDs that he could easily disappear real quick.
Okay, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, that's, this is an individual, doesn't have any prior convictions. He's still, he's compliant with his bond right now. He's sitting in the office with his mother. I mean, he has ties to, he's born in Detroit. He's lived in Texas for the last 6 years. He's asking in good faith to go back to his house and return so that he can come back to court when the court tells him to do so. This is the circumstances of the events in which he's charged with. So in a sense, Ms. Gillis is trying to seek some sort of punishment from him for not being able to go back home. I mean, it's, here's when prosecutors say these things, it's just, it boggles my mind. Is an individual who's playing it the way that he's supposed to play it, which is by the rules. I mean, he could have done that anyway. I mean, but at the same time, he's not a guy who's going to do that. He's listening to the court's orders. He takes this matter very seriously, and he's going to come back. Those circumstances under which she's charged this individual, again, he's here to defend these things, but it doesn't mean and should not suggest that he's going to be doing anything other than going back to Texas and coming back here to go to court when the court orders him to do so. That's all he's asking. I mean, that's his residence. And more importantly, when we did the arraignment, the judge did not restrict his travel, and because I made the representation, and that's why the judge set the bond the way that she did. And so where we're at, is, I think, a reasonable request. I'm not asking for him to go on vacation or anything like that. I'm asking him for him to be able to go back home.
I agree. That's why we have bondsmen. I'm just gonna leave the bond as is. I made a note in the file that I'm okay with him traveling out of state.
All right,
So
thank you.
my understanding is there are no restrictions on the bond now, so I'm not adding any.
Okay.
We're all on the same page?
All on the same page, Your Honor.
All right. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heather, you
Judge,
got anything else?
Yep, I'm bringing in Jonathan Jones and Sean Taylor.
Taylor, thank you.
Yep.
What time is Mr. Taylor scheduled?
8:45,
Why am I not finding him?
because he's at the very, he's
Yeah,
at the,
I got it.
yeah, I had a search too. I'm gonna bring in Hamill and Riggins also. Hamilton is the defendant, while Jonathan's trying to sign on.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Riggins. We're trying to get Mr. Hamilton connected with audio.
Okay.
I'm gonna call Jonathan Jones's office.
Okay. Mr. Riggins, what are we going to do for Mr. Hamilton today?
We're just going to set the preliminary exam date. I have all the discovery in this matter.
All right. Would you waive his presence to do that, and then you can communicate the date with him?
Sure, absolutely, Your Honor.
Because it looks like he's having trouble with his audio.
I'll give him a call.
All right. And who's prosecuting this one? Is this you, Alex?
That would be me, Judge.
All right. So, gentlemen, I'm looking at October 13th or November 7th. I'd rather do October 13th.
Just one moment.
Sure.
What time do you want to do it?
On the 13th, they're afternoon dates, Mr. Riggins. So 12:31, 1:32.
I can do the afternoon, yes.
So 12:30 on the 13th works, gentlemen?
Works for the people, Judge.
That works for the defense.
Wonderful. All right, bond is continued, and you'll convey that to Mr. Hamilton, please?
I'll give him a call, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Enjoy your day.
Good morning.
I'm going to bring in Mr. Camilleri. Hopefully his client is with him. It is Mr. Dutcher, D-U-T-C-H-E-R.
8:45, thank you. Morning, John.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good. Haven't seen you for a while. Are you well?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Beautiful. Better than I deserve. Do you happen to have Mr. Dutcher with you?
No, I just talked to him. I've been talking to him for 20 minutes. He should be online. Let me see if he's there.
I wonder if he's in the wrong waiting room.
Or he's the iPhone.
He could be the iPhone guy.
Okay, let me bring in the iPhone.
Yeah, bring in the iPhone. Let's find out who he is. Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm not muted. How are you?
Good, good.
Is Jane
Is that
in?
your guy, Mr. Camilleri?
Yeah, no, I've got someone else. I need to see Jane though.
All right, we'll put you in a breakout room with Jane.
Thank you.
That is my guy right there with the beard.
Okay.
and glasses.
Okay. Mr. Dutcher, can you hear me? I don't think he's got audio, John.
Ugh. Let me call him.
Yeah, you know what? If you get him on your speakerphone, we can probably do whatever we got to do today.
Okay.
And Judge, I'm going to put Mr. Jones in with Mr. Curry because it's a felony and he's
Yeah.
handling it.
I think we're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah.
That right, Alex? Is that
Oh,
what?
yes, Judge.
Taylor? Thank you.
All right, here we go. Judge?
Mr. Dutcher, can you hear me?
I hear you, but not very. Oh.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So let's have your appearance, Mr. Camilleri.
Attorney John Camilleri on behalf of the defendant Jeffrey Dutcher.
All right. And what are we doing today?
We're waiving the preliminary exam, Judge. I've explained to my client the prosecutor's burden of probable cause. One, that a probable cause that a crime was committed. Two, probable cause that Mr. Dutcher was the one who committed it. I explained to him he has the right to have the prosecutor establish by testimony or other evidence those two burdens, and he's agreed to waive the probable cause hearing.
Mr. Dutcher, is that correct? You understand the purpose for the exam?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
You understand your rights?
I'm sorry. I didn't hear
Do you
that.
understand your rights and the options those rights give you?
Yeah, that's breaking up very well. I'm getting a bad signal on one end or the other. I don't.
Mr. Dutcher, can you hear me? All right.
Mr. Camilleri, let's try it this way. I got a number for him, a 550 number. Is that the one you called?
What's the number, Judge?
550-6076.
That's the number I called.
All right. Tell him to hang up with you and answer for me.
Hang up, the judge is gonna call you, okay?
Okay.
All right. There you go, Judge.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Dutcher, you understand the rights and options you have today.
Yes, I do.
And you understand the purpose for the preliminary exam, correct?
Yes, I do.
You understand that if you enter a waiver today, that means your next court date will be at the circuit court level. It will not be at the district court level where I sit.
Yes, I do.
Understanding all of that, are you waiving today freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
All right. Mr. Camilleri, are you satisfied with that waiver?
Yes.
All right, so am I. Mr. Dutcher, your next court date is going to be your arraignment on information, which is scheduled for October 20 at 9 a.m. I will continue your bond, and I will wish you gentlemen good luck downtown. Mr. Camilleri, anything else?
Nothing further.
Mr. Dutcher, any questions?
October 20th, 9 a.m.
Well, that's when it's scheduled. Mr. Camilleri will tell you it probably won't be held then. Am I correct, Mr. Camilleri? They're still
Correct.
adjourning them?
I'll confirm the date.
All right. Mr.
Ron, was
Camilleri,
that a
be
waiver
calling
on
Mr.
Mr. Dutcher?
Yes,
Have a good day.
Alex.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Judge.
Good to see you, John.
Take
Someday,
care, Your
hopefully
Honor.
it'll be in person again.
Yeah, you bet.
Bye-bye. Did you fellas have your breakout conversation, or are we still working on that?
No, we're good.
All right. And Mr. Jones, your appearance for Mr. Taylor, please.
Good morning to you and your incredible staff. Jonathan Jones appearing on behalf with Mr. Taylor. Judge, thank you for letting us do this remotely. We're obviously going to consent to the Zoom. I expect we're going to ultimately get this resolved, but not today. So can we adjourn the PCC about 3 weeks to effectuate that?
We can, but first I want to take care of an arraignment. Somehow we got all this way with no arraignment. Would you waive formal reading?
Yeah, I apologize, of course. Let's waive formal
No problem.
sanity for that purpose.
I'll enter not guilty plea. Mr. Taylor, is your address on Northeast 16th Street correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. 561-558-6662, a phone number for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wonderful. All right, let's look at a date. You want to do 3 weeks down the road, the 27th?
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks.
All right, that is going to be with Judge Green. How about 9 a.m.?
Perfect.
And what should I know before I set bond?
That he'll show up.
That's a good start.
Not a lot of history turned himself in an old case.
Yeah, this is an old case. Okay. All right, the bond rec says he's an off-grid line worker. What does that mean?
He's like the Glenn Campbell, Wichita lineman.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, that's how it was explained to me.
All right. I thought that would be on the grid if he's a lineman.
You have to, Judge, as long as you've known me, you know I'm very humble about what I don't know. I didn't ask any questions and just took it as factual.
Well, I'm going to ask him because I'm curious. Mr. Taylor, what's an off-grid lineman?
I do not know.
Okay, so
I'm a lineman. Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah. You climb poles and you play with electricity that kills people.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Okay. All right, Mr. Curry, anything from the people for bond?
No, Judge. No, nothing from the people.
All right. All right, Mr. Taylor, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to court amount of $10,000 if you don't appear to take care of this matter on October 27th or whatever date might get set between now and then if it changes?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, stay out of trouble. Cooperate with Mr. Jones. Let's get this matter resolved.
Thanks. See you soon, Judge.
Hope so.
Judge, I brought in Mr. Carter because I'm not sure who he is. Mr. Carter,
Let's
are
find
you
out.
Austin Carter or Sean Carter? I mean, Bradley Carter.
I'm Bradley Carter.
Thank you. Last name Carter, Judge. He's a misdemeanor.
It would be me.
And Heather,
Yep.
can you make me co-host? I can't take
Oh,
people
I
out of the
am
meeting.
so sorry, Judge.
It's all right.
What time's the,
Mr. Carter, I'm looking for your file right now.
Okay.
8:45, Jane.
okay,
And once again, Mr. Carter, your first name is Bradley?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. So I've got a file here from August 16th. The charge is registration or plate violation for commercial motor vehicle, a misdemeanor. Carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Ms. Gillis, is there an offer for Mr. Carter to consider?
no, Your Honor.
All right, no offer. Mr. Carter, your options are you can plead guilty, you can set it for trial, or if you think it would help you, I can let you have a conversation with the court-appointed attorney. Maybe the attorney could help you make a decision.
I just want to take care of whatever the ticket, whatever it's going to cost me here. The only thing I have to say in my behalf is the truck. I own the truck. The truck was out of commission for a year. I had just picked up the truck that morning. I showed the police officer that I had the receipt from the mechanic shop that I had just picked it up 2 hours earlier. I had a because this commercial vehicle, I had an appointment to get the tag, which was 2 days later, which I do have the tag for, which I went and purchased a tag. It's basically a secondary truck. We never use a truck. It'd been sitting in the shop all year. So that's why the tag was expired. And like I said, I just picked the truck up 2 hours prior to the time I got pulled over, and I did get the tag for the truck 2 days later when the appointment was when I had the appointment to go to the Secretary of State.
Okay. And what kind of business are you in?
I own a small landscaping company for 30 years.
Okay. All right. You understand, sir, if you enter a guilty plea today, this will go on your record as a misdemeanor criminal conviction.
No, I didn't know that, but I wasn't aware of that, sir.
Well, that's why I want to make sure you understand that that will be the result if you plead guilty today.
So it'll be a misdemeanor charge. Well, whatever. I just want to take care of take care of the bill. Obviously, you're not
All
seeing
right.
anything.
Pardon me?
You're not taking anything in consideration that, like I said, because if the Secretary of State would have been open, I mean, if I could walk in and get the
Oh,
tag, I would have got it.
I'm hearing what you're telling me, but the only way I can resolve it today is if you plead guilty. You said you wanted to resolve it today, so I'm explaining what would happen with a guilty plea. I'm not saying I'm going to put you in jail if you plead guilty. I'm going to listen to your explanation, but the only way we get to a sentencing is for me to accept your guilty plea first.
Okay, well, I guess I plead guilty then.
Okay, I think you gave me a sufficient factual basis to accept your plea, and I will do so. Your address on Highland Road is a good one?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, anything else you want me to consider before I sentence you?
No, sir.
All right, what'd that plate cost you?
It was $180 for 3 months.
Okay. All right, then fines and costs on this 180. Can you pay that within 30 days?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, any questions?
No, sir. Thank you very much.
You're welcome very much. Enjoy your day. Go make some real money.
Thank you.
Heather, what do you got?
I have Lauren Anderson and her client Willis Cherry, but Mr. Cherry is not signing on. So I'm bringing Mr. Jadala in and his client Delina Thomas. Thomas is a misdemeanor.
All right.
Heather, do I have any state troopers?
Not that I see, no. Miss Anderson,
Good
are you
morning,
able to
Mr.
contact
Jadala.
your client?
Yes, I'm texting him right now, asking if he can turn on his audio and video. He's been texting with me, so I know he's
Thank you.
on here. I think he just can't hear or see.
Yep, thank you.
No problem.
Counsel, if nothing else, we'll get a phone number and I'll call him and put him on speakerphone.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep. Mr. Jadala, good morning. Your appearance for Ms. Thomas, please.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Thomas, Your Honor. Today, I believe, is the final pretrial in this matter.
Good morning, Ms. Thomas.
Good morning.
Let's see what we got here. I don't have anything that says it's a final pretrial. I just have it listed for a pretrial today.
Oh, all right, Judge.
So where are we at? Is there any kind of an offer for Ms. Thomas, Ms. Gillis?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Is she a CDL driver?
No.
This is not a CDL.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Strike that, Judge. She can plead to allowing unlicensed and no proof of insurance, which is a civil infraction instead of no insurance.
We can have a brief breakout, Judge, and I will explain that to Ms. Thomas.
All right.
Okay, Heather.
Yep.
Mr. Cherry, are you connected? Doesn't look like it, Ms. Anderson. You got a phone number for him?
I do. Let me give it to you, Judge.
Go ahead.
It's 734.
Yep.
897.
Yep.
3675.
All right, let's see if he'll answer. Mr. Cherry.
Your Honor.
Good. Counsel, can you hear Mr. Cherry okay?
Yes, sir.
Your appearance for the record.
Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P85191, on behalf of Mr. Cherry, who is present via speakerphone.
Thank you. And what are we doing today, Mr. Anderson?
Your Honor, I have received paper, but not digital discovery. If you'd like to reset it for a PCC, we can, or we can set it for exam.
Your choice.
Maybe we should set it for a PCC just to make sure we get it.
All right. And Mr. Curry, how many weeks out should we go?
Well, I was in contact with the OIC yesterday, Judge, who emailed me back this morning saying there was no, what did he say? 1 second, Judge. He said there's no surveillance video. I'll check on the others. So I imagine 1 to 2 weeks would be sufficient.
You want to go to the 20th to be safe?
That'd be good, Judge.
And Miss Anderson, how about 9:15?
That's perfect, Judge.
Mr. Chair, you understand what we're doing?
No, what are you doing?
We're adjourning this until October 20th, so your attorney can get her hands on all the discovery so she can talk to you about what the evidence is on the case.
Okay.
So we're going to set this for 9:15 on the 20th. So 2 weeks out.
Okay, Your Honor.
And bond will be continued. Anything else, Miss Anderson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Have a good day, counsel. Have a good day, Mr. Cherry.
Have a good day, everyone. Thank you very much.
What do we got, Heather?
Mr. Jadala's case with Miss Thomas.
Somehow I've lost my exam dates.
I can bring you a new copy.
Yeah, I don't know. I must have stuck it in some file or something. I don't know where they're at.
All right.
Mr. Jadala, what do we got?
For Your Honor, Samuel Jadala appearing on behalf of Mrs. Delana Thomas. At this time, Ms. Delana Thomas would like to avail herself to the plea, where she'll be pleading guilty to 1 count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, as well as no proof of insurance. The original charges are being dismissed.
Thank you. And before we get to that, it looks like you're on a current payment plan now, Ms. Thomas, is that right?
Yes, with the
Okay.
other tickets I have.
And Your Honor, she'd like
Yep,
to roll
okay.
the funds and cost of today's matters into that payment plan if possible.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right,
Got a
Ms. Thomas,
question.
you understand that the added charge carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail?
Yes,
And you've discussed your rights with Mr. Jadala. You understand those rights and the options those rights present to you?
yes,
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to the added charge?
yes,
Did you drive a vehicle in Van Buren Township on, well, hold on, what's this Van Buren Township? Romulus. Did you drive a
Yeah.
vehicle in Romulus on July 6th?
yes,
And at that time, was your license suspended, revoked, or denied? Sorry.
yes,
I will accept your plea to the added charge. I will dismiss the charge of drove while license suspended, revoked, or denied. And are you pleading responsible to no proof of insurance at that time?
yes.
I will accept that plea. Mr. Jadala, anything I should know about Ms. Thomas's situation before I sentence her?
Your Honor, she is working her way now to make sure she has a valid license and she understands not to drive until she does so. And at this time, Your Honor, we're going to just repeat our request to have all these matters tied into the payment plan.
All right, I will do that. Ms. Thomas, anything else you want me to consider?
I just see, how do I can set the dates up for my payment plan? Do I have to talk to the clerk?
I didn't understand your question. How do you set this up with your payment plan? Is that the question?
My payment plan, is it certain days? Like, would they give me a date, or can I tell them the date I'll be able to make the payment?
You should already have that because you have a current payment plan, so you should have a due date now. It looks
Okay.
like it was supposed to start September 7th, so it should be around that time every
Yeah,
month.
yep, October 7th. So they'll just let me know the amount that I have to add on to the payment plan.
Yeah,
that
I'm
I'm already
going
on.
to tell you that right now. On the
Okay.
insurance file, it's 220. On the
Mhm.
added misdemeanor charge, it's 300. So that 520 will be added into the current balance you have. So you're just making the same payment, you just make it longer.
Okay, got you.
All right, any questions?
No, that would be all.
Good luck.
We appreciate it.
Judge, I have Miss Riley. It's a misdemeanor with Miss Yarmolenko. Good morning, Olga.
Good morning.
And Ms. Riley, you can unmute yourself. Counsel, your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Olga Yarmolenko on behalf of Ms. Riley, who's appearing via Zoom.
And do you need to speak to the prosecutor, counsel?
I do, Your Honor, briefly, if we may.
And it's me.
Sure. Heather?
Yep, putting them in.
Thanks.
I'm gonna bring in this iPhone and see who this is.
Sure.
I'm trying to see if we can pair people up, but not too many attorneys are here.
I'm gonna bet that Bud is Bud Bryant from 930.
I am too, but Mr. Sanford is not here for him.
Yeah.
Or Schulman. Jacob Kennedy doesn't have an attorney. He's at 9:15. I can bring him in.
Is that a misdemeanor?
Correct.
Sure.
But then we have to wait for Jane.
Yeah.
Andrew Ward. And I'm going to bring in Mr. Perkins, Todd Perkins, to see if he's on another case because I don't show him.
Sure. Mr. Perkins, what else we got?
I'm standing in for Mr. Nasser for Mr. Washington. I'd been communicating, or I've been texting Hadi Abu Zaid. He should be on too. And we were seeking a new PCC date.
That's fine, because that's the other one that's in custody and we don't have Division 2 yet. So if we just adjourn it, I can send them new notice.
Okay.
Does that work for you, Mr. Perkins?
It does.
Who's Mr. Hattie on the case, Mr. Perkins?
Hadi Abu Zaid.
Correct. Who is that?
Oh, that's the prosecutor.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. He said he's in the waiting room.
The last name is Washington that you're looking for, Judge? LaJohn.
Yep. Thank you. I'll just make a note in the file when we pick a date. Appearances on LaJohn Washington.
I was Mr. Abu Zaid. I can introduce. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff. May it please this honorable court. My name is Todd Russell Perkins, appearing on behalf of Mr. Washington, standing in for the attorney record, Muhammad Nasser from our firm. I would waive Mr. Washington's presence if the court would permit and the prosecution has no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. I have no objection, Judge. Hadi Abu Zaid on behalf of the people, P75596.
Thank you, gentlemen. And Mr. Perkins, we're going to adjourn the PCC?
Yes, please, Your Honor. I know that Mr. Abu Zaid and Mr. Nasser were in the midst of exchanging discovery. I believe that 2 weeks, if you could give the same date, the 20th, if it fits Mr. Abu Zaid's schedule, that would be a good date for us, Your Honor.
Judge, I will be out of the country on the 20th, but I intend to get discovery to Mr. Perkins's law firm before then.
Or another date that fits his schedule, Your Honor.
I'll be back in the country, Judge. Sorry, Judge. I'll be back on October 26th, so I'd be available on the 27th or before that, before the 19th, one of the two.
Let's do the 27th at 9:15.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Mr. Perkins, your office will convey that to Mr. Washington, please.
Yes, we will.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Kennedy, are you connected, sir?
Yes, I am, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've got two files from from August 28, a safety standard marine violation civil infraction and a misdemeanor personal watercraft safety violation. The misdemeanor is up to 90 days in jail, up to $500 fines plus court costs. Are you prepared today to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to the court-appointed attorney?
I'd like to speak with a court-appointed attorney.
Okay. Mr. Nunley, good morning.
Good morning.
Miss Gillis is in a breakout, so I don't know if there's going to be an offer or not. As you know, she usually doesn't make offers on these watercraft things, but I don't know what her case is on this one. So we can put you in a breakout and you can chat with Mr. Kennedy just to introduce yourself. And then when we can, we'll put you in with Miss Gillis.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Doing it now, Judge.
Thanks.
Andrea Ward, her last name is hyphenated, Ward Patrick, and we have Mr. Sullivan as her attorney.
Felony, yep, I got it. Good morning, Mr. Sullivan.
Good morning, Judge.
Looks like your client is trying to connect with audio.
Okay.
What are we going to do today?
Judge, I don't have video discovery. I'm sure that the prosecution can send that quickly. I'd be prepared to set this case for an exam. We're doing a bit of investigation, so I'd request an exam at least 4 weeks out. I don't know what the court's calendar is right now.
We can do that. Counsel, it looks like Ms. Ward's connected. Would you put your appearance on record?
Good morning. Neighborhood Defender Service by Andrew Sullivan, P84261, here on behalf of Ms. Ward, who's present by Zoom. We ask that Your Honor waive her appearance, allow us to proceed by Zoom today.
All right, and counsel, we can give you a November 17th exam date.
That should be great.
And how about 11 a.m.?
I apologize. I'm actually on vacation that week. Could we do the week before or the week after?
I can go 1 week out, which would be, nah, I don't want to do 1 week out. That's Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Judge, we don't have, then our next one comes around, not till December 29th. So that's why we're kind of on hold for exam dates.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot do the 17th.
Well, let's give you December then. What was that date?
December 29th. Or it would be the following Monday. I think it's Monday the 5th, if you want to go into the following year.
How do I
Can
get
we
my
do Monday
microphone
with Alex?
I'm sorry, Judge, I couldn't hear you.
Heather, we're going to use Monday for Alex?
No. I'm sorry, I can't figure out what day is Wednesday in January.
No, that's when they talk to me.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you know you have?
Yeah, it would be Wednesday, January 5th for the new year, or December 29th.
All right, let's go with January 5th.
Okay.
11 a.m. work?
That's fine, Judge. Apologies for the delay.
No problem. Heather's at work, 11 a.m.?
Yep, that works.
The 5th at 1
All
a.m.,
right,
correct,
Ms.
Judge?
Kirkpatrick, you got that?
Correct, Alex.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Jane, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Nunley.
Okay, I'm ready also on the Riley case.
Yeah, Miss Yarmulek said it's an adjournment.
Yes, I didn't, if you want me to briefly talk with Miss Lauren Riley too, if you. She's there, I should say something to her.
I'm here. Good morning.
Oh, not Lauren, I'm sorry, I thought that was Ellie. I'm
No,
sorry, I don't
no.
need to talk to your client.
Okay.
I was saying it was the victim. Okay, so I'm fine. You can get an adjourn date on that. I'll just talk to you later and I'll see Mr. Nunley.
All right, Ms. Yermolenko, your appearance again on Riley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Olga Yermolenko on behalf of Ms. Riley, who's present via Zoom. Your Honor, we're asking for a 3-week adjournment. We're working on trying to resolve this matter. I just need additional time.
27th,
Yes, please.
10:15.
Great. Thank you so much.
Bond will be continued, Ms. Riley. Have a nice day, ladies.
Thank you.
On the iPhone, what is your name? Gentleman with the gray goatee. Yep, unmute yourself. What is your name, please? Touch your phone and hit the microphone to unmute yourself. Hit the microphone on your phone. Thank you. What is your name, please?
That's it. Oh, okay. Michael Angelo Brewer.
Michael Brewer.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I was with Stephanie Vargas.
Yeah, let me, Miss Farkas, I'm admitting her now, Judge.
Thank you.
Heather, do you think I could get a breakout room with Ms. Farkas when she comes in?
Sure, she's in. Is it? Yep, yep. Do you want me to put them in now, Judge?
Yeah, go ahead and throw her in the breakout. Good morning, Ms. Farkas. We're gonna put you in a breakout with the prosecutor.
Sounds good. Thank you, Judge.
Ready, Judge?
Sorry, I can't find you, Alex, on my, or Stephanie. All right. I'm going to bring in Mr. Riggins and see what he's here on.
Yeah, and Heather, I'm gonna forward you an email I just got from an attorney about a discovery request.
Okay. Mr. Riggins, who are you here on?
I apologize. I was just here on Jamil Hamilton. I gave him a call. Mr. Hamilton apparently wants to waive the preliminary exam entirely, if that's possible.
I'm bringing him back in.
Okay.
Hopefully he can join with audio.
Your Honor, we are ready.
He's got audio, Judge. They're ready.
Mr. Hamilton, can you hear me? Mr. Hamilton, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
All right, Mr. Riggins, your appearance?
Right in the first.
By Ken Riggins, P125 on behalf of Mr. Jamil Hamilton.
And Mr. Hamilton, I understand you want to waive your preliminary exam?
Yes.
You discussed your rights and options with Mr. Riggins. You understand those?
Yes.
You discussed the purpose for an exam. You understand the purpose?
Yes.
You understand that a waiver means the file goes downtown to the circuit court level. It leaves the district court where I sit.
Yes.
Understanding all of that, you're waiving your exam today and you're doing so freely and voluntarily. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Riggins, are you satisfied with the waiver?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
So am I. Mr. Hamilton, we're going to schedule your arraignment on information for the 20th at 9 a.m. I will continue your bond and I will wish you good luck downtown.
Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Hamilton apparently received a tether on this case. This is a non-violent, non-assaultive case. My client has appeared in court on every appearance that requested. He requested the removal of the tether.
Counsel, I will entertain that request, but I want to have the prosecutor involved in the conversation.
Okay.
So let's just wait until we get a prosecutor back and we'll have that. We'll pick that up then.
Okay.
Just give me a few minutes, Mr. Hamilton.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Curry, on the Jamal Hamilton matter, Mr. Hamilton, we set an exam earlier this morning. He decided he wanted us to waive. I took care of that waiver.
Okay.
The bond discussion, Mr. Riggins asked me to drop the tether requirement. Mr. Riggins, that sum it up?
Yes.
Okay, hang on. There's the file.
Any response from the people is what I'm looking for, Mr. Curry.
You know what, Judge? I have no response. I'm showing no failures to appear to court. And I'm not showing a lengthy criminal history, so I have no response.
I will remove that requirement, Mr. Riggins.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anything else, gentlemen?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, enjoy your day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, Judge, you have Ms. Farkas for Mr. Brewer with Mr. Curry.
Yep. Ms. Farkas, what are we doing?
Good morning, Judge. So we had adjourned today's date for discovery as I requested the underlying data file from MSP from the people. It's my understanding the people need to follow up with MSP regarding that request and get that over to me still. So I'm guessing that it's still probably going to be another 3 to 4 weeks before the people can get that to, or until I actually receive it. So if the court would indulge us, I was just ask for another adjournment, Judge, and have it charged to the people.
That's correct, Your Honor. Full disclosure.
How far out?
I'd say at least a month, Judge.
All right, November 3rd, November 10th.
November 10th, just to be safe, Your
Honor. 9 a.m.
That's fine, Judge.
Bond is continued. Mr. Brewer, you understand all that?
Yes, sir.
Have a lovely day.
Okay, you too, sir. Thank you.
Judge, I
Thank you,
put
Sergeant.
Royce and his client in the breakout room. And
Thank
I'm
you.
bringing in Mr. Christopher Eder. He is scheduled at, I think, 8:45. Or I'm sorry, he's scheduled at 9. EDER, and it's a misdemeanor.
That's
Got
fine.
it.
Heather, can you tell me when some of these things say remote appointment and other things say Zoom, what's the difference?
The remote is an APT, which is an arraignment pretrial. It's just on the misdemeanors. The Zoom PH is pre-hearing.
Okay.
Hello?
Mr. Eder, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Excellent. I've got a file from August 28, 2021, a misdemeanor charge of marine safety violation.
Correct, sir.
Punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail. Ms. Gillis, is there an offer for Mr. Eater to consider?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Eater, your options are you can set this case for trial, or you can plead guilty, or if you think it would help you make a decision, I'll let you talk to a court-appointed attorney.
No, sir. I'm not arguing or contesting anything. I plead guilty. I just misjudged the docks. Been on that lake for 20 some years. It's entirely my fault. I just wanted to pay the fine, but never saw a fine to pay. So.
Okay. Understand that if I accept a guilty plea today, this will go on your record as part of a criminal conviction history.
I understand.
Okay. All right. So tell me what went wrong on August 28, 2021. I'm assuming this was on Belleville Lake.
That's correct, sir. My wife and I were out on Belleville Lake. We were actually heading back toward the dock. I had a boat coming up on my left side, so I swung in a little too close to the dock. I came within 70 feet instead of the 100 feet as directed.
All right. I'll accept your guilty plea, sir. Got your address on Ridge, that's correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Could I have a phone number for the file?
Certainly, 734-776-3256.
Thank you. Anything else you want me to consider, sir, before I set the fines and costs?
No, sir, I've never had any trouble on the lake. Was pulled over about 22 years ago for a safety check, and that was no problem. And just one of those things, I got myself caught in the wrong place, wrong time.
Okay. Fines and costs, $300. Can you pay that within 30 days?
Yes, sir, I can.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir. I just apologize for the issue.
On behalf of the lake, I accept your apology.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Royce and Mr. Kennedy.
Yep. Mr. Nunley, what do we got?
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. After speaking with the prosecutor, she has agreed to drop the misdemeanor charge. And she said there was also a violation for not having a boating safety certificate that I didn't see. But she agreed to drop that if he pleads guilty to the civil infraction for the marine safety, which he would like to accept.
All right. So the misdemeanor is dismissed. He's taken a responsible plea on the safety standard civil infraction.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
All right. Is that correct, Mr. Kennedy?
Yes, Judge.
All right. I will accept your plea of responsible to the marine safety standards violation civil infraction. Fines and costs $180. Can you pay that in full within 30 days?
Yes, Judge.
Any questions?
No, sir.
Have a lovely day.
You too.
Thank you.
Mr. Bryant, and we have Mr. Schulman.
Morning, Adam.
Good morning, counsel. What time is Bryant scheduled?
9:30.
Founding. Counsel, you're appearing for Mr. Bryant, please.
Sanford Schulman appearing on behalf of Bud Bryant Jr. I believe he's appearing by way of video conferencing with his consent and permission.
Thank you. Mr. Bryant, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good morning. And Mr.
Morning.
Schulman, what are we doing today?
Your Honor, today is a probable cause conference. I received the discovery. Mr. Bryant and I have had some challenges communicating. He's asking that I withdraw and that the court appoint him a lawyer. I don't disagree with that. I know there has been some communication problems. This is a home invasion second and a habitual fourth. There's significant exposure. And I do recognize that for some reason we haven't been able to communicate very well. So he's asking that I withdraw, and I don't disagree.
All right, Mr. Bryant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Heather, what are we doing with that? Just giving him another PCC so we can do the paperwork?
I'm going to ask, because we should have an in-house today.
Heather,
Yes. Yes.
I've been in contact with NDS attorney Natalie Phelps.
I just brought her in.
Okay, yeah, she said she was appointed. Okay, there she is.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Phelps.
And Your Honor, I can forward all the discovery to Ms. Phelps if she's going to.
I'm sorry, let me put headphones on.
Already got it.
Ms. Phelps, can you hear me?
1 second.
Do you have the discovery?
I do have the discovery. I did speak with APA Curry last night. I think I might be missing a little bit still, but I think we're ready to set for an exam.
Okay. Excellent.
All right, Mr. Schulman, you're out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Ms. Phelps, your appearance for Mr. Bryant.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Mr. Bryant, who is also here via Zoom. Mr. Bryant, can you please state your name for the record?
Bud Bryant.
Thank you.
And counsel, you ready to set an exam, correct?
Yes.
October 13th, November 17th.
Is it the morning of the 17th of November?
It'll be late morning, 11 or 11:30, or we can go into the afternoon.
Oh, you know what? Sorry, I'm just checking this calendar real quick. I do have another exam that day, and I think it might be with you too, so that should be perfect. Nope, it's in the 36th district. So I could do the morning of November 17th would be good.
11 a.m.
Perfect. Mr. Bryant, does that work for you?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, bond will be continued. Anything else?
Judge, just that, sorry, Judge, Alex Curry on behalf of the people, just that I heard from the OIC after I emailed him about any additional discovery that Ms. Phelps was looking for. And the OIC responded to me and said, everything is uploaded to my knowledge. So that was the OIC's response.
Okay.
Well, I would just ask that you push him a little bit harder, because I mean, there has to at least be that still photo that we're looking for. And then I'm also looking for the record, body cam from when they approached the complaining witness to do an identification.
I'll give him a call.
Thank you.
Anything else on that file?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a great day.
Judge, I brought
Thank
in Donnie Rel Andrews. It's Mr. Jadala's case. Andrews is the last name at 9:30, and they have no audio. I cannot get them on.
Let's see if I got a phone number.
Okay.
It's not, and Jane, it's not a commercial. It's a driving while license not valid, and it's not a CMV driver. It's a plain old driving case.
Mr. Jadal, I've got a number in the file if you want to try to call the gentleman.
Your Honor, I texted them. I believe that's why they've logged on. The 419 number area code, that is a good number.
All right,
I don't
so
know.
you've already had a conversation with them?
I've texted them just to remind them of today's court date to make sure they logged on, Judge.
All right, do you need to have, I can put him on a speakerphone to take a plea or set a trial or whatever we're going to do, but do you need to have a private conversation with him?
I just wanted to know if Mrs. Gillis had an offer. There wasn't an offer last time. I just wanted to see if there was one today.
Sure. 3 different misdemeanors, Jane.
Yes.
You're muted.
I had to make a phone call, sorry. Okay, I'll drop either the DWL not valid or the license forge alter, but he has to plead the open end tax and one other. It's the best I can do.
I've only got 3. I've got an operating while license forge altered or false ID, open container in a vehicle, and drove while license not valid or improper license.
Right, and I said he could plead, he has to, the deal would include driving with an open in-tax and then plead to that and one other. So would drop one of them.
Okay. Okay.
I'll call him, Judge, and
you're going to call him?
Yeah, I'll call him. I'll review the offer, and then I'll see if he could get his audio on. Thank you, Judge.
And if not, we'll put him on my speakerphone.
Sounds good.
Judge, we have Mr. Sharp, Joshua Sharp. It's a misdemeanor at 9:15.
Thank you. Mr. Sharp, are you connected?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Sharp, I've got a file here from August 28, 21. A marine safety violation misdemeanor, punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 90 days in jail. Ms. Gillis, is there an offer for Mr. Sharp to consider today?
Got it. I can't find him on the docket is what I'm trying to.
9:15.
Oh, no.
I only have one at 9:15. Something sitting.
Yep, that's what it says.
Okay. No, is this a CDL driver? Are you a CDL driver?
Yes, ma'am.
Boat ticket.
Okay. I can't give any offer.
All right.
Sorry.
Mr. Sharp, your option is you can plead guilty today. You can set this case for trial, or if you think it'll help you make a decision, I'll let you talk to a court-appointed attorney. Do you understand that?
The video cut out, but I definitely want to plead not guilty.
All right. Then what do you want to do from here? You want to talk to an attorney, or you want to set it for trial?
Set it for trial.
You're going to handle this trial without an attorney, or you're going to hire your own?
Without.
All right. Because this is a misdemeanor, you have two options. You can set it for a bench trial or a jury trial. Do you understand the differences?
Say it one more time. I'm sorry. I'm at work. It got loud. It cut out.
You have two options for trial, bench trial or jury trial. Do you understand the difference?
Bench trial is just you, correct?
Correct. Just me.
Yeah, I'll take a bench trial.
All right. Heather, we're going to do that on the 27th? Or when are we doing that?
Sorry, no, we can't give bench trials away.
Oh, how about we can do it next week, can't we?
Oh, yes, the 13th.
Yeah. How about next week? 11 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Sharp?
Okay. That
That's going to be live? You're going to come in for that?
I got to come in for a bench trial? Yeah, that's fine.
I'd rather have you here because it's going to be easier on me if you're here.
Okay. What day? The 13th?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just working in the UP. I'll just have to drive down.
What time?
Hold on. You're all the way in the UP?
Yeah, I'm working in the UP at the Mackinac Bridge right now.
Oh, nice. Who do you work for?
Nationwide Construction out of Richmond, Michigan.
Good. Ms. Gillis, you have any problem with a Zoom bench trial to save him that 4-hour drive?
No, not at all. What time, Judge?
11 a.m.?
That's fine.
All right, we'll do it by Zoom, Mr. Sharp. Save you the drive time.
I appreciate it so much.
All right, so same Zoom number. Call in a little bit early. If we can get you started early, we'll get you started early.
I greatly appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a nice day.
You too.
I'm bringing in Jeff Perlman and Derek Thomas. Excuse me, Thomas is a felony at 9:15.
Thank you.
And this is a 4-tier case. Do we see Miss?
Thank you.
Do we see Darian? Oh, no.
No, she's not on.
Where did she? Oh, I found her again. Bringing Darian in.
Do you have any troopers, Heather?
I do not see any troopers.
Mr. Perlman, your appearance for Derek Thomas, please.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Jeff Perlman on behalf of Derek Thomas.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning,
Darian
Mr. Thomas.
on behalf of the people.
Thank you. What are we doing today for Mr. Thomas's file?
Your Honor, we are, let me see here. Just want to double check something. Asking for a brief adjournment. Asking for a brief adjournment.
How brief?
21
Judge,
days.
Yeah, the people would agree with 21 days. I do still need to get digital discovery on this case. I emailed my officer in charge yesterday. He did inform me that Romulus is having some issues with their internet and their server. So they're unable to get the digital uploaded at this moment, you know, in the immediate future here. But as soon as that's back up, he'll upload that and I'll send that over to Mr. Perlman.
All right, how about 9 a.m. on the 27th of October?
Let me see. That'll, I have a motion that day at 9 a.m. How about the following week? Would that be okay?
Say it again.
The following week, the 3rd, perhaps, November 3rd.
Sure, we can do that. 9:15 on the 3rd.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
What about the tether?
In Your Honor, I wanted to address the tether. My client is currently on tether, and you know, it restricts his ability to work and to accomplish his daily needs. Your Honor, I'm asking that the tether be removed, or if not removed, modified so to take away any of the restrictions.
Is he on a GPS tether just for location, or they've got him on a curfew with hours?
Do you have a curfew, Mr. Thomas?
No, I just can't go in a Pacific area, but I wanted to take my kids to Halloween weekend and stuff like that.
All right, so where do you want to go for Halloween that you can't go?
I wanted to go to Halloween weekend in Ohio.
All right, so the tether unit won't let you leave state?
No.
Ms. Fortier?
Judge, I'm not sure what the rules are. Is it possible if you give him permission to leave state that he can leave the state but still keep the tether on?
Don't know. We can look into that.
The people wouldn't have any objection if he, you know, goes to here. And as long as he keeps the tether on, I would have an objection to the removal of the tether.
All right, well, let's just make this easy. I'm not going to remove a tether for a Halloween outing out of state. So, Mr. Perlman, I'll leave it to you. If the jail will let him go out of state without, you know, all the red flags going up, I'll sign a minimus to that effect.
Okay.
So he can take his kids to Ohio, but I'm not going to remove the tether just so that can happen.
Okay, I understand.
Does that help?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Perlman, you know how to get a hold of Heather. So if you get the details worked out with the jail and you need us to do some paperwork, contact Heather.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a direct number, or is that something I can get from your staff?
Heather will chat. Heather will send. Oh, you mean for the tether? Heather, we can send him a phone number, can't we? For the tether unit?
It's the same number that Mr. Thomas would have. Mr. Thomas should have one because he has a tether officer.
Okay. So I could contact them. Mr. Thomas, give me the number.
All right. Good luck, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Jadala is ready on Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Jadala.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mrs. Andrews, who joins us via Zoom, Your Honor. Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to discuss this matter with Ms. Andrews. Today, she'll be pleading to 1 count of open intox and 1 count of driving while license suspended. The having false identification is being dismissed.
Thank you.
Ms. Andrews, please press your microphone button and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I can. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Judge.
Ms. Andrews, I understand that you're going to plead guilty to 2 charges today. Open intoxicants in a motor vehicle on May 4 and drove with license not valid or improper license on that same date, correct?
Yes, sir.
Each one of those is punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs, each one up to 90 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You've discussed your rights with Mr. Didala. You understand the rights and options that you have today.
Yes, sir.
In understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty to these two charges freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And ma'am, did you drive a vehicle on that day while your license was improper for some reason?
Yes, actually, the guy that I was driving with, he actually passed away. He was driving and he fell asleep. Well, he was going to sleep. So as soon as we pulled over, I end up start driving, not even 10, 15 minutes. And I passed the police
Okay.
officer. And yeah,
Okay. And
because
this
we
was
was
in Van
coming.
Buren Township, correct?
Yes, yes, because he
All
hauled
right. And,
cars and I was helping him.
right.
Yeah.
And at that time, did you also have control of some open alcoholic container in the vehicle?
Actually, I did, because before I started driving, I did have a drink. And then he was falling asleep, so I put it down and I started driving. Yes, I did.
All right. And Mr. Didala, are you satisfied with the plea?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
So am I. I will dismiss, in keeping with the agreement with the prosecutor, the license forged or altered. Miss Andrews, I've got your address on Jolly. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
975-3341 for a phone number.
Yes, sir. 419 area code.
Thank you. What else should I know before I sentence?
Um, that's it. That I'm really sorry. I really am. And the only reason why I didn't attend court, because for a couple of years I was homeless.
Okay.
After this had
Are you
happened.
working
So
now?
no, sir. I just lost my job.
All right. Where were you working?
I was a caregiver, but they start closing my boss. She had 3 houses, so she didn't pass her inspection, so they closing her houses down.
And how long had you been with that employer?
I've been with her for about 4 months now, about 4 or 5 months.
Okay. Anything else you want me to consider?
No, sir, but I'm truly sorry. I really am.
All right. On each one of these files, fines and costs total $300 for a total of $600. Can you make monthly payments if I give you a couple months to get started? Can you make some
Yeah,
kind of minimum
please.
payment?
Yes.
How much
Anything.
can you pay every month?
Every month, give me like 150, but I will be able to pay more, but I just don't want to, say too much. It
All
won't
right.
be able to pay.
Let's schedule it at 100 per month. You can always give us extra money. When can you
Okay.
make your first payment?
What's this month? October? Can I
We're just in the
start?
beginning of October, October 6th.
Can I start November 1st? Give me enough time to give me another job?
November 5th, will give you just a day short of 1 month.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you,
That'll
Judge.
work?
Thank you. Yes,
All right.
sir. Oh, my
Hang
God.
on to Mr. Jadala's phone number, so if you're having any problems, you can call him and he'll help you figure out what we do to fix it.
Oh, he the best. You is too. Thank you so much, Judge.
Good luck with the new job.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Oh, God, yes.
Judge, we have Christian Thomas and Stephanie Farkas. Thomas is at 9:45.
Yep. Ms. Farkas, your appearance for Mr. Thomas, please.
Good morning again, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Stephanie Farkas, P74227, appearing on behalf of Mr. Thomas, who's present via Zoom.
And what are we doing?
Judge, we need to do the arraignment for Mr. Thomas, so we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. This is a recharge. I'm asking the court to impose a personal bond on this case. We did voluntarily contact the court to get this matter going again, and I do have all discovery from the people, so I'd waive the PCC and ask the court to set an exam.
Well, that covered a lot of ground. Thank you. I'll enter a not guilty plea. And what are we looking at? How far out you want to go for an exam?
Maybe just a couple weeks, Judge, if you have anything open.
I can do October 13th, or I can do November 17th. This is going to be with Mr. Curry, right?
That is correct, Judge.
Thank you, Alex.
What time on the 13th, Judge? I already have a noon with you. I could only do earlier in the morning though.
Unfortunately, my first time slot, unless Heather corrects me real quick, is 12:30.
Yeah.
Are you talking about on October 13th?
Next week, yeah.
Let me double check and see what we already have. We have an 11 o'clock formal, and then we start at 11:30. So I don't know if I'm going to do 11:15. I don't know.
That would work for me if it's okay with you, Judge.
Yep. Next week, we're going to call it 11:15 then, Heather?
Correct. Yes, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Curry, that works for you?
That works for us, Judge.
Mr. Thomas, that's good for you?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me put you on a personal bond. Mr. Thomas, you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court amount of $5,000 if you're not here next Wednesday morning at 11:15 for your live exam?
Yes.
All right, any questions?
No.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you, Judge.
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Jadala is here on Miss Cartman. It's a misdemeanor.
Yes, Your Honor, it's scheduled for a final pretrial. I verified it was not one of Darian's cases. It's actually one of Ms. Gillis's cases. So I was just wondering if there's any victims or complaining witnesses here at the final pretrial.
Who's the victim? Jane.
Katie
You're muted.
Grabowski, according to the complaint.
I'm sorry, who is it, Judge?
Katie Grabowski with a GR, Grabowski.
Okay, people in the waiting room don't have themselves named, so I do not see that person.
Go ahead and bring them in. Let's find out who they are.
Okay, I'm gonna bring in myself. Diamo. Liliana. Mr. Diamo, what is your name, please? The gentleman in the red polo shirt, it says Diamo. What is your name, please?
Edric Jackson.
What is it?
Edric Jackson.
Edric?
What time are you scheduled, Mr. Jackson?
10 o'clock.
What kind of case is it, Mr. Jackson?
Well, I mean, you talking about the case?
Are you a victim?
Yes.
Who is this against?
FARID
Sisto. Okay. Okay. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room till we bring all of them in.
It said on my email to talk to the attorney, to I guess the prosecutor.
Prosecutor. Jane, do you want to speak to Mr. I'm going to put you in a breakout room. All right. The person that has myself on your phone, what is your name, please? Thank you, Mr. Bilski. I'm going to put you back in the waiting room till we're ready for you. Liliana S22, who are you?
Leilani Samatara.
What time are you supposed to be here?
I wasn't told. They told me to come here to this room. They gave me the number, but they didn't tell me.
Are you a victim?
It's for an eviction.
For an eviction? Okay, wrong room. You need to contact the civil. Hold on. And what's the last name again, please?
Sematara, Semetara.
Thank you. Hold on.
This is the room number they gave me.
What kind of case is it, Miss Samatara?
It's an eviction case.
Eviction? Hold on.
Yes.
Mr. Jadala, you got something ready?
Yes, we're just waiting to verify if there's a victim here or a complaining witness here on Miss Cartman. It's a final pretrial domestic violence.
Judge, can you ask Kay Marie who she really is, please?
Kay Marie, what's your full name?
Crystal Marie Falcon.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the name, Judge?
Falcon.
Oh, Crystal? Okay, we have Mr. Goldstein. I'm bringing him in. Miss Leliana, or Cemetery, what is your phone number so Civil can call you?
It's 734
Uh-huh.
686
I'm sorry.
9635. 734 686
Mm-hmm.
9635.
All right, they'll be calling you in a matter of minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jadala, is this case one of Miss Gillis's?
Yes, it's Miss Gillis's.
All right. Unfortunately, we've got a bunch of people in the waiting room that don't have their we got phones and everything else. We got to run through all of them to find out who they are. Miss Gillis, have you heard from Miss Grabowski, victim on Cartman?
No, no answer.
All right. Mr. Goldstein, your appearance for Miss Falcon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your appearance for Miss Falcon, please.
Sorry, Your Honor. David I. Goldstein appearing on behalf of the defendant.
And what are we doing?
Going to be a waiver, Your Honor.
All right. Heather, it looks like everybody in the waiting room is identified except this Galaxy we just brought in.
Correct.
All right. Let's find out who that is, and then maybe we can take care of Mr. Jadala's file. Miss Falcon, you understand the purpose for the exam?
Yes.
And you've discussed your rights and options with Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
You understand the purpose for the exam? You understand your rights and options?
Yeah.
All right. Understanding that, you want to waive it, and you know with a waiver, that means the file goes downtown, correct?
Correct.
Ma'am, are you waiving freely and voluntarily today?
Yes.
I'll enter the waiver. Arraignment on information is scheduled at 9 a.m. You're welcome. 9 a.m. on October 20. I will continue your bond. Mr. Goldstein, anything else?
He's muted.
Sorry, Your Honor. Thank you very much. No, we're set.
All right. Good luck downtown, Miss Falcon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
On the Galaxy, what is your name, please? On the Galaxy A12, what is your name?
Galaxy A12, one more time. Unmute yourself. Tell us your name.
Okay, I'm removing it.
Remove. All right, Mr. Jadala, make your motion on the Cartman case.
All right, today's the date, time set for a final pretrial. There being no complaining witness and they're being required to appear with respect to requested dismissal on this matter.
Ms. Gillis, any response?
No, we got voicemail only at the victim's phone number. No response.
Thank you. Ms. Cartman, this matter is dismissed without prejudice. You're all set.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
We lost our victim, Mr. Jackson. Were you all set with him, Jane, so I can bring in the parties?
Yes.
Who you bringing in?
Sisso, S-I-S-O, and it's a misdemeanor.
Yep. Good morning, Mr. Smith. Your appearance for Mr. Sisso.
Hi, good morning. Attorney Christopher Smith, P number 83547 for the defendant.
Good morning, Mr. Sisso.
Oh, he's muted.
You're muted, Mr. Sisso.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Mr. Smith, what are we doing?
Well, I was going to talk to Ms. Gillis. I think I want to plead my client guilty as charged.
All right, we'll put you in a breakout.
Okay.
I'm going to bring in Mr. Bilski and Miss Anderson.
What time is he scheduled?
He's scheduled at 10. When we're done with him, I'm going to bring in Will, because Will should be Mr. Webster at 9:30.
Okay. Ms. Anderson, your appearance for Mr. Bilski, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P85191, on behalf of Mr. Bilski, who is present on Zoom.
Good morning, Mr. Bilski.
Good morning.
Will, what is your full name?
William Johnson.
Thank you. We will relabel you.
Yeah.
Ms. Anderson, what are we doing on Mr. Bilski's file?
Your Honor, I did receive, I believe, digital discovery from Mr. Curie last night. I haven't opened the evidence.com file, but that's what we were waiting on, and I'm sure that's what's in there, so we can set it for an exam date.
How far out you want to go, ma'am?
I'm flexible, Judge.
How flexible are you? I've got time next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday's bad. That I'm going to be out of town that one, so maybe not that one.
Okay. How about November 17th?
That you're picking all of my bad dates somehow. I could do the 3rd.
Unfortunately, I'm into December 29th.
That's fine, Judge. Mr. Bilski's out, so it's okay if this one goes out of ways.
Heather, pick a time on the 29th, please.
You do want to schedule the 29th? I thought we were going to jump.
No, I don't, actually.
Yeah, so it's going to be January 5th.
That's fine.
Yeah. Time?
11:30.
Perfect.
Mr. Bilski, that work?
Yes, that works.
Okay, you're all set.
Great. Thank you, everyone. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day.
Mr. Smith for Mr. Sisso with Jane.
Are we ready on Mr. Sisso's file?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, what are we doing?
We're gonna take a plea of guilty, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sisso, you understand your rights and options after discussing those with Mr. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
You understand the possible penalty for this charge?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Understanding all of that, are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily to this charge today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me what happened in Romulus on September 4, 2021 that makes you think you're guilty.
Yes, Your Honor, I have walked into Dollar General Saturday, possibly about 10 morning. We have got altercation, me and a gentleman that probably works there. I asked him a question, and then we looked into altercation, and we have exchanged few words. Yes, Your Honor, I have pulled a gun on the man, but I apologize. That wasn't right things to do, and that will never happen again. And that's why I plead guilty for that matter.
I'm
All
satisfied.
right. Mr. Smith, satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
I am as well. Mr. Sisso, I've got your address on McBride. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
604-2146 is your phone?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And are you working?
Yes, I do.
Where do you work?
I work at a convenience store is on Detroit, the liquor store.
All right. Anybody have any input on sentencing?
I would like anger management, Your Honor.
I'm in accordance with that. I think Mr. Ciso is very apologetic for his actions, but he's never been in trouble before. So he understands that what he did was wrong, and he's gonna avoid any further confrontations and try to get back on track. But I think Mr. Ciso has been a good citizen for 40 years or so. So we're hoping for some leniency.
Mr. Smith, did you start out with saying you're in concurrence with the anger management?
Yes.
Yeah.
Me and Mrs. Gillis are okay with that.
Yeah, and probation
Yeah,
with anger management.
Right, and probation.
I think that makes sense. All right, I'll do a non-reporting probation. Stays out of trouble, pays his fines and court costs, and takes care of an anger management course.
Oh, that's great. Well, thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right. So let's
thank
do
you, Your
12
Honor.
months, non-reporting. You're welcome, Mr. Sisso. Fines and costs, $800. Can you pay that within 30 days, sir? Or do you want a monthly payment plan?
Monthly payment plan, Honor, if you don't mind.
How much can you pay every month?
I can pay about maximally probably about $200 a month.
All right, let's go with 150. You can always pay extra.
Thank you so much.
Can you make that first payment on or before November 5?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so our probation department will contact you. Actually, counsel, I'm going to put it on you. Contact probation, get some recommendations for anger management. I just want it to be one of the programs we've already used.
Okay, let me, do you have that number?
941-4463, extension 217.
941-4463. Do you have an area code for that?
734, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. All right, I will do that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You have a good one. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. William Johnson is for Jane at 10 a.m. Otherwise, we have Cheryl Quick with Jerron Corley, felony.
Mr. Johnson.
You said Mr. Johnson scheduled at 10, right?
Yes, Mr. William Johnson is at 10.
All right. Is there an offer for Mr. Johnson to consider, Ms. Gillis?
No, it says commercial service. Is that that's a
Malicious use of telecommunications device. That is a misdemeanor.
Yeah, there's no offer.
All right, sir, that misdemeanor carries a possible penalty of up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so your options today, you can plead guilty to the charge. You can set this case for trial, or if you think it'll help you make a decision, I can let you talk to a court-appointed attorney.
I'd like to set this case for trial, Your Honor.
You have a choice of a bench trial or a jury trial because this is a misdemeanor criminal case. Do you understand the difference between the two types of trial?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
And what would you like to schedule?
I'd like to schedule a bench trial.
All right, I'm gonna enter a not guilty plea for you. Heather, probably do not want to squeeze this one the next Wednesday too. What do you think?
That's up to you, Judge.
It will take me longer to get witnesses for this. I would prefer it out further.
Then we're looking at January.
Yep.
I don't care.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
May I update the court with my address because they sent this notice to the wrong address?
Sure, I would appreciate that. Not yet, though.
Okay.
Let's do a trial date, January 5 at 11 a.m. Your address is what?
26375 Halstead Road, Farmington Hills, 48331. And I'm sorry, apartment 172 as well.
172?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Phone number also, please. Thank you.
Phone number, Mr. Johnson?
248-410-7063.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to put you on a personal bond, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $5,000 if you do not show up or if there are further problems between now and then?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so on January 5, I expect you here live in person for your bench trial.
What time, Your Honor?
11 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Early's always better.
Okay.
Enjoy your day.
You do as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Judge, so we're going to handle Mr. Corley first, but in JFC is Mr. Fry. So I'm going to bring in the prosecutor and the attorney on that.
All right, counsel, your appearance for Mr. Corley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, on behalf of Jerron Corley, who is also present via Zoom.
Good morning, Mr. Corley.
Good morning.
And what are we doing, counsel?
Your Honor, we submitted a letter to the gun board back in August, and I've not yet received a response. So I would ask to adjourn this matter.
All right. So Heather, give me a date in March because I'm tired of talking about these files.
All righty. Maybe 1 second.
Hopefully that's enough time, Ms. Quirk.
I would hope so, Your Honor. And certainly if I hear something prior to that, I can let the court know and we can.
We can
March
always get
23rd.
you in and take care of it earlier. 3/23/22.
I feel certain that's a good date, Your Honor.
9 a.m.
That'll be fine, Your Honor.
And Mr. Corley, your bond is continued.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
you. Good luck. All right, appearances on the Timothy Fry matter.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anna Bickerstaff on behalf of the people, P82215.
And good morning, Your Honor, from Neighborhood Defender Service, Jonathan Hortis, P78948, on behalf of Mr. Fry. Judge, I would ask the court if it would allow me a breakout room with Mr. Fry before we get started.
I will.
Thank you, Judge.
Would you? We've never arraigned him, so would you waive formal reading?
Yes, Judge. We'll waive the reading of the information and stand him mute to the charges.
Thank you. We'll put you in a breakout.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we have Mr. Sinclair and Mr. Wade, WADE, felony.
Mr. Sinclair, unmute. I'm ready for an appearance.
Good morning, Judge Christopher Sinclair, P80512, appearing with and on behalf of Mr. Robert Wade.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
And what's your pleasure, Mr. Sinclair? What are we going to do?
So today's the date and time set for probable cause conference, ready to set an in-person examination date.
All right. I've got some time slots available next Wednesday, if that works for you. We'd like to get it in.
Let me just check the calendar, please.
Sure.
Judge Darian Fortier on behalf of the people, standing in for attorney of record.
Oh, is this yours?
It's Emily Annell's case.
All right, so I can do this one on a Monday then.
I can give me 1 second. I have the dates that are bad for her.
See if October 18th works for her.
Judge, bad
Mrs.
days
Sinclair?
include the 18th, the 27th, and the 28th, and November 16th. Those are bad days.
How about October 25?
Should be okay, Judge.
I start a homicide trial. I start a homicide trial on the 25th. No go for me.
November 29th?
1 second, allow me to check, please. Okay, the 29th at what time?
Anytime. We can do morning or afternoon.
At one Zoom matter right now at 9 a.m. So if we can do maybe 11 on the 29th.
Ms. Fortier?
Judge, that should be fine.
11 a.m. Bond will be continued. Mr. Wade, you got all this?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much and have a great day, everybody.
Thank you.
No problem.
We have Cheyenne Wilcox and attorney Hannah Barron.
Counsel, good morning. Your appearance for Ms. Wilcox, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Services by way of Hannah Barron, P85265, representing Ms. Wilcox.
Thank you. And what are we doing today? You're muted.
Sorry, Judge. I received an evidence.com link from the state yesterday. So we are requesting a preliminary examination for Ms. Wilcox.
All right. How about next Wednesday, the 13th?
Judge, I could in the afternoon.
Perfect. That's what I've got available. How about 12:30?
Sure, that's fine for me, Judge.
Mr. Curry?
Works for us, Judge. I'll let you know if there are any conflicts. Or let Heather know.
Bond is continued. Anything else?
Nothing for the people.
No, Judge.
Have a good day, ladies.
Miss Barron?
Yes.
Have you been in contact with Amanda Mayhew?
Yes, I have.
Do you know if she is in our waiting room under a different name?
Let me see, 1 second.
Judge, we have Jeffrey Bennett and Tony Davis. Tony Davis is the client, misdemeanor.
Good. What time?
10:30.
Good morning, counsel. Your appearance for Ms. Davis.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Bennett. I'm appearing with and on behalf of Ms. Davis this morning.
And counsel, do you need a conference breakout with Ms. Gillis?
Briefly, yes.
We can do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's bring Perlman in, unless you know what he's here for.
Perlman, I do not, and Miss Lopez. I don't know what she's here for either.
Let's find out.
Yep.
Judge, this is Hannah Barron. Just for Miss Mayhow, I have been in contact with her and I'll waive her appearance for today once we're ready.
All right. Your appearance for Amanda Mayhew.
Good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Services by way of Hannah Barron, P85265, on behalf of Miss Mayhew, waiving her appearance for today's purposes.
And what are we doing?
Judge, I emailed your court discovery order earlier this morning. We are missing digital discovery in Miss Mayhew's case.
Mr.
Judge,
Curry,
if I may.
did you get that? Mr. Curry, did you get that email?
Yes, I did, Judge. He emailed me last night, and I checked my email for, because I would have asked the OIC for discovery, and I received a response from the OIC back in mid-September saying there's no digital discovery in the Mayhew case. For some reason, the interview portion of our lockup has purged. No uniform BWC on this one, and it's all paper. Sorry about this from the OIC.
And just to clarify, so in addition to the interrogation, Ms. Mayhew was allegedly identified from video surveillance. So I'm also requesting the video surveillance. I'm not sure if that was specifically requested.
And we do have the OIC on with us, Ms. Barron, so we should be able to get all that hashed out right now. Detective, did you understand that request?
I did. Good morning, Your Honor. Detective Jones. Regarding the video, that was actually video that was provided by another agency. It was more of a still photo than anything, provided by Livonia Police Department.
And I'm not referring to that actually. So I know that she was, no, that's okay. I know that she was also identified from a photograph from Livonia, which I would like as well. I assume that you would have a way to get that because you got it from the other agency. But the allegation is that video surveillance from Alamo Car Rental was reviewed, and that's how you saw the entirety of the incident. That's how you saw the alleged suspect.
Correct. Okay, so you're talking video with Alamo. Very well.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
We will certainly work on that. Yep.
Okay, thanks, officer.
Yep, sorry.
Right. So, Mr. Curry, the format of the discovery order that Ms. Barron sent over, are you satisfied with that? I'll have Heather print it out and I can sign it.
Yes, Judge, I took a look at it. It's fine.
Yep, I have a judge. I printed it out.
All right, we'll get that in the file then. So you want to adjourn the PCC, Ms. Barron? You want to set an exam? What's your pleasure?
We could set an exam if it's like at least a month out to make sure I have time to receive all of that.
It'll be January 5, so that should give you plenty of time. Give me a time slot, Heather.
I'm sorry. For January 5?
January 5. Yep.
12 is good. I think we filled the 11 and 11:30.
All right. Bond will be continued. Everybody on board with that? 12 noon, January 5.
Yes, thanks, Judge.
Here.
Okay. And we'll get that discovery order in the file. Moto G, what is your name, please?
Keith Chapman.
Chapman, what time are you scheduled, Mr. Chapman?
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly sure.
Can I request it?
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. I'm representing.
He was
Mr.
at
Chapman.
9 a.m.
And does Mr. Chapman have an attorney?
Yes, Your Honor. Jeff Perlman on behalf of Mr. Chapman.
All right, what are we doing?
Your Honor, as to the, I believe I'm still waiting video discovery. I would like to a brief adjournment to get that and discuss this matter with the prosecutor.
All right, Jane, you there?
Yep. Sorry.
We had a discovery discussion on July 14th. So here we are 2.5 months later and we still don't have discovery?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was talking to a detective on the other case. What case are you on, Mr. Furman?
Chapman. Airport OWI.
I don't even see it on the docket, but I did see an OWI earlier.
It's at 9 a.m., Jane.
Scheduled at 9.
Oh, well, I'm way past 9 a.m. Okay. Well, usually the airport's one of my best jurisdictions as far as loading stuff up. So I'm going to have to call John Cremona right now. Ask him to load it. We can get it to you.
Go ahead and do that because I'm not happy with the idea that we're still talking about discovery this far in.
Judge, Miss Lopez was on Miss Cayenne Wilcox. Miss Wilcox did not let us know that she had an attorney and she used NDS. So Miss Lopez is trying to contact her client to bring her back on so that we can see what we need to do.
All right. Good luck, Miss Lopez.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hordish, you need more time?
Yes, please. Sorry, we got cut off mid-sentence on that one.
Yep, that's fine.
OWI 1 on a Chapman.
Who's in the jail seat?
That's Mr. Fry, Mr. Hordos's client. They're an MDOC.
Thank you.
Mr. Bennett.
Mr. Bennett, are you ready?
Thank you.
I believe that we are, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, Ms. Gillis is looking to talk to Detective Long. We've been trying to get there's a video surveillance from the Diamondback Saloon, which is where this incident was alleged to have occurred. I don't have that yet. So I would ask for another adjournment so that we can discuss this matter.
27th of October, enough time?
It is it should be, Your Honor. I will, it's Detective Long, and I will reach out to him on my own as well. So I will be more proactive in getting that video.
Mr.
Yeah,
Detective Long is looking right now to see if it even exists. And I'm going to call nays because Carmona's.
It's referenced in the police report that it was maintained. So.
All right, so let's adjourn this till October 27th at 10:30 a.m. Bond will be continued for Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis, any questions?
No.
And this will be in front of you again, Your Honor?
Judge Green.
Judge Green.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Heather.
Yep.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
You too, sir.
Antoina Brantley is a misdemeanor at 10 a.m.
Galaxy S9, are you connected?
They are not.
Kick them out.
They are now. Galaxy S9, what is your name? Galaxy S9, what is your name? All right, I'm gonna remove.
Yep. Antoine Brantley, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've got a file from September 4, 2021, a misdemeanor charge of domestic violence, which is punishable by up to $500 fines plus court costs and up to 93 days in jail. Ms. Fortier, is this yours?
Yes, sir.
I think it's Jane's. It should be, that's why it's on today.
Jane Brantley, domestic violence, is that yours?
No, my name Antoine Brown.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who's prosecuting this file.
What time's it at?
10 a.m.
Yeah, we don't have a file on that on Brantley. Is this the first time it's up?
Nope.
Nope.
Who's the attorney?
None.
There is no attorney.
Oh, okay. I mean, our standard offered is 769-4A. I mean, is there an attorney that wants discovery?
That's not the question. The question is what your offer, and then the lady will decide if she wants an attorney or not.
769-4A, it's under advisement, anger management course, and close the case out.
Ms. Bradley, the offer from the prosecutor is that if you plead guilty, this would be taken under a delayed sentence for 12 months. During that time period, you'd stay out of trouble, no new criminal offenses. There'd be an anger management program, and there could be court costs assessed. As long as you comply with all those terms, then at the end of that time period, this matter would be dismissed. You understand the offer?
Yes, sir.
Are you prepared today to go forward without an attorney, or would you like to speak to a court-appointed attorney?
I want to speak to. I called the police on my niece.
Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Your audio just went out. So did you say you want to speak to an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we will do that. We're going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Nunley.
Yep, right now.
Can I have a breakout room with Mr. Perlman?
Yep.
Sure.
I have discovery here, and it says it was.
All right. We lost him, Marcus Schaefer. I'm going to assume she went back into work and that's the phone.
Ms. Lopez, any luck?
No luck, Your Honor. I do know that she was going to be at work and was going to be leaving work. I don't know. I mean, going into a separate room to Zoom when she had court.
Right.
So I'm assuming she's not getting my texts. Can I have a breakout with the prosecutor really fast to find out if there's an offer, what's going on? I know the prelim, she said, hang on, was set for Wednesday?
Next week. Yep.
Yeah.
That was Mr. Curry, I think, wasn't it, Heather?
Yes, it is Mr. Curry.
Yeah, he's in a breakout right now, Ms. Lopez. We'll put you in with him when we can. There we go.
Okay, when you get a second, that's totally fine.
I'll do it right now, just so
put you in
everybody's
breakout.
aware. The breakout rooms are going to stop in about 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I can redo them when it happens, but.
Galaxy S9 phone, what's your name?
Arte.
Say again, I didn't hear you. Repeat your name, please. Your audio's out.
Artavius Rhodes.
Mr. Rhodes, what time were you scheduled, sir?
10:30. I mean 10:45.
Are you absolute business?
Correct.
Mr. Rhodes, is Absolute Business a DBA, LLC, or corporation?
LLC?
All right, and are you an attorney?
No, sir.
You need to have an attorney represent you. You cannot represent a separate legal entity, and an LLC is a separate legal entity. You understand that? All right, I'm going to give you another court date. You can come back with an attorney. We'll schedule this for October 27 at 10:30.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Good morning. We're on the record and live streaming. Yeah. Thanks.
Blaze,
Yes.
Mr. Schaefer was here earlier. I don't see him anymore. Have you been in contact with him?
No, I don't have a number for him. He was arraigned on a capias warrant, and then this date was set. I just got notice from you by email.
Okay, are you ready? It's 313.
Yeah.
Hold on, I just lost you. 627
Is it?
1060.
All right, we just lost all our breakout rooms, so raise your hand if you needed more time in the breakout room.
Sending you in, Mr. Hortus.
All right, Mr. Perlman, are you ready?
I believe we're ready. They're apparently sending over the discovery within the next 15 minutes or something, so we would still need a new date.
Okay, Your Honor, just for clarification purposes, the paper was sent a long time ago.
Video.
And I've talked to Joe Nays, and he's uploading the video right now. I'm not sure why that happened. We don't do the OWI's tickets anymore. We're trying not to.
So October 27th should be enough time?
Oh, yeah.
10:30. Actually, let's make it 10:45.
I have an in-person matter that day. I think I had another matter earlier this morning here, and we scheduled it for November 3rd. Will that work?
Sure.
Okay.
What time do we do the other one?
9:15.
Let's do this one so same time.
Okay, if Your Honor, if we could do this one, could we do both at 10 o'clock? I apologize.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Jeff?
Yes.
It says it's uploaded. I'm going to send it right now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, have a good day.
Mr. Nunley, are you ready for anything?
Yes, Your Honor. So for Antoine Brantley, I'm going to need the discovery on this case. I imagine that it's probably not available at this time. Jane, correct me if I'm wrong. So I guess we'd probably just take an adjournment so I can have an opportunity to get the discovery and review it with my client.
October 27th, give you enough time? You want to go to November 3?
What time would those be at? I'm on pretrial dockets in your court with Judge Green and Judge Martin the next week, and I don't think
October 27th is Judge Green's docket. November 3rd is Judge Martin's.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, either or then.
Let's go November 3rd then, because it gives us more time to get the paperwork.
Sure thing.
9:15.
Okay.
Bond is continued.
And Mr. Nunley, will you call me about that tomorrow?
Sure thing.
Any questions, Bradley?
No, sir.
Have a lovely day. Mr. Moore, good morning.
Good morning.
What time were you scheduled today, sir?
10:45.
Heather, I'm trying to find a file for Mr. Moore.
Oh, I hope you have one, Judge. It's misdemeanor.
I'm looking.
Let me call Michelle and see if she
Yeah,
somehow
I got it. I got
okay,
it.
good.
I got it. Got shuffled in. Yep. Mr. Moore, I've got a file here with your name on it from June 2nd, 2016. A misdemeanor charge of drove while license not valid or improper license carries a possible penalty of up to 90 days in jail and up to $500 fines plus court costs. You understand that, sir?
I do.
Ms. Gillis, is there an offer for Mr. Moore to consider?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Moore, you can plead guilty to this charge. You can set this case for trial, or if you think it'll help you, I can give you a court-appointed attorney to talk to you today if you think that'll help you make your decision.
Yes.
The attorney? Mr. Moore, you want to talk to an attorney?
Yes, please.
All right. We'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Nunley.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, was there an offer?
You're
on
welcome.
that? I missed it.
No offer.
No offer, got it.
Heather, we did Robert Wade with Mr. Sinclair, didn't we?
We did.
I thought so. Thank you.
Judge, in one, you're going to have in your no-show pile. And now I can't find it. I'll have to go through them before you put them back because I made an adjournment with an attorney.
Okay, if you think of the name, tell me what it is. I'll
Oh,
find it.
Witkowski, Daryl Witkowski.
Yeah, I remember that one.
It's adjourned to
And that was
November
adjourned?
10th. Yep.
What time were they scheduled so I can make a note on the docket?
9 a.m.
Thank you. And that was adjourned until November 3rd, is that what you said?
November 10th,
November 10th, what time?
9 a.m.
Thanks. Mr. Karen, you got something ready?
No, Judge. The phone number that was provided to me is not Mr. Schaefer's phone number. It's the number I had back
And
when
your guy's
he
name was
originally gave
Schaefer?
us. I'm sorry?
What's your defendant's name?
Marcus Schaefer.
Scheduled when? Oh,
Scheduled
10:30. Okay. All right. You got anything else scheduled today?
No, Judge.
All right. If he comes in late, we'll reach out to you.
Understood.
Thank you.
Judge, that's my last case too. So if we hear from him, I'm more than happy to log back on.
Done and done. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Nice seeing you. Ms. Bickerstaff, we're still waiting. Mr. Hordos is still in the breakout room.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Which one? Just that one? We unmute.
Not sure.
No, you guys aren't on mute. We hear you.
I'm helping Jane with discovery. There's a lot of like pre-trial. Is that normal? Like amount of people not showing up to these final pre-trials?
Yeah.
That's normal.
Yeah. Duration. Okay. Can't hear him, so keep it halfway shut. Oh.
Jane, that was a long, drawn-out groan.
I mute myself. I hope I'm okay to close this Alex down on linked Herman. Okay.
Sorry, guys, all the breakout rooms only have 10 minutes. Are you good, Mr. Nunley?
Now, could I get 2 more minutes with Mr. Moore, please?
Yep. What about you, Mr. Hordos?
I think we're okay. We can proceed.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think we covered everything we needed to.
Okay. Well, Judge will be in just a few minutes. I'm going to put you back in, Mr. Nunley.
Thank you.
Ms. Bickerstaff, while we're waiting, I see that we put a discovery request in back in early September. Do you have
I'm on the
discovery?
record. Can I get you in a minute?
Fair enough.
Who are we talking about?
This is for Mr. Fry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
All right, Mr. Hordish, your appearance for Mr. Fry, please.
Yes, Judge. Jonathan Hortis on behalf of Mr. Fry, piece 78948. Ms. Bickerstaff just told me she was on the record on another case. I don't know if she's back yet.
She is not. Do we need her to proceed?
I think she's the APA on this case.
What are we doing?
I was going to set for a in-person preliminary exam, but I'm not sure how any issues with writs from MDOC are going to impact our timeline.
I have no idea.
I know we've been struggling in 36th District Court to get MDOC prisoners writted over for non-compliance with writs, and I don't want to put Mr. Fry in a situation where he's just languishing.
All I can do is set the date.
Right, and
do
I
it
can do
for-
the order, as long as they're transporting. We haven't had a problem with MDOC here for
Okay, good.
live exams.
Are they transporting directly, or are they using Wayne County Jail as an intermediary?
They do directly.
Oh, perfect. Then that shouldn't be a problem. I know that they were having problems transporting to Wayne County Jail.
Okay,
So-
yep. Nope.
Mr. Nunley, are you ready for Mr. Moore's file?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your pleasure?
Royce Nunley on behalf of the defendant. We would just like a motion date at this time. We're going to file a motion for a speedy trial violation on this matter.
How much time you want? October 27th, November 3rd?
Either or is fine with me. How about October 27th?
Done. You got anything else scheduled that day? We can try to put them in the same time slot.
Well, I'm doing pre-trials for Judge Green, so I'm going to be there all morning.
Let's do it 11 o'clock then.
All right.
And a call. Mr. Moore, you understand what we're doing?
Judge,
Yes.
at 11, she starts her exams, so let's do it at 10:45 maybe.
It's fine. 10:45.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, you all set on that?
Yes, sir.
Enjoy your day, sir.
You as well. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Bickerstaff, we're looking at a live exam date for Mr. Fry. October 18th, October 25. How's your availability for you two?
What time on the 25th would you be looking at?
October 25th would be 10, 11, or 2:30. October 18th would be 1, 1:32, or 2:30.
If we could do about 10, I'd have to squeeze it in between a couple motion hearings and another in person, but like 10 or 11 would be great.
On the 25th?
Yes.
Ms. Bickerstaff, that work for you?
This is for an exam. I'm sorry, Judge.
Live exam, correct.
The later, yeah, the 11 o'clock would work for the people.
Done. Anything as to bond, folks?
Yes, Judge. I'm asking the court to issue Mr. Fry a personal bond with any conditions it feels are appropriate. Obviously, he's currently on a parole hold, but he's trying to work that out. I just don't want to see him in a situation where his parole hold is cleared because of the misunderstanding that led to it, and he's stuck on, on this case.
Sure. Sure. Anything as to bond? It looks like we haven't got a bond yet. We arraigned him today.
Judge, the people would leave the bond amount in the discretion of the court, but the people would ask for a GPS tether. In this case, the defendant did have a gun. He has been convicted of a felon. He did have significant amount of controlled substances and additional ammunition. So that's for a GPS tether.
I can't hear anything.
All right, Mr. Fry, I'm going to put you on a personal bond. A couple conditions. First condition is you're going to cooperate with Mr. Hordal so we can move this file along. Second condition, you're going to stay out of trouble. And third condition is you're not to be released until you're set up with a GPS tether. Location, not curfew. I don't want you on house arrest. I just want to be able to find you if we need you. You understand all that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to court in the amount of $5,000 if you violate bond?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Hordos before I let you go?
No, sir.
All right. Have a great day.
Judge, there is one other thing I was hoping to address. We are still awaiting discovery from the people. I would ask the court to sign a discovery order if I submit it today. Basically, we just need something from them. I know this case originated back from April of this year. I'm very hopeful that the people have not lost or destroyed the body cameras and dash cameras from this case. I believe Mr. Fry was stopped in a vehicle pursuant to his arrest.
Okay, good to be hopeful. Send it to Ms. Bickerstaff. Assuming she okays the format, then I'll sign it today.
Okay, sounds good. I'll forward that immediately. Ms. Bickerstaff, do you have that on evidence.com that you can forward me the police reports?
Not yet. I can get it done this week.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Hordo, email it to me.
Okay, we'll do. I'll send it to everybody.
Thanks.
All good.
All right.
Everyone have a good day.
You too. Mr. O'Donnell,
Yes,
Mr. Beach never showed.
yes. If you call the case, I can offer an explanation.
Okay. Felony and misdemeanor, Judge.
Yeah, what time was it scheduled?
9 a.m.
Thank you. All right, counsel, your appearance for Devon Beach, please. Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Services by James O'Donnell, P 42585. I'm here on behalf of Devon Beach. And Judge, I made many phone calls this morning to try to reach Devon Beach. I finally got a hold of his brother, who informed me that as of last night, Devon was in the Huron County Jail because of a tether violation or failing to charge his tether is what his brother understood. So the only explanation I have for his non-appearance is that he's in custody.
All right, and you have not confirmed that with the jail. You just got that from a family member, correct?
I've just received that in the last 15 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I'll tell you what, confirm that and then we won't issue the bench warrant. We'll just give you another reschedule.
All right, Judge, I'm back in front of your court today at 2 o'clock for an exam, so I'll try to do that between now and 2 o'clock.
We're gonna sit on it for 48 hours anyhow, so if you can do it by 2, that's fantastic.
All right, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. We'll see you in a little bit.
I think Farhat from Robert's daughter's birthday. That's 11:30 case. We're gonna try to get that done as soon as we can.
What schedule?
I'm not sure which one. It says 2016 case. I don't think anybody's here on it yet. Typically, you give them
Kaufman? Yeah, it's Kaufman.
typically you give them a half hour if they're not here on time. I'm not sure if we can get anything going. I know the defense attorney's finally here on the first case. She's talking with Alex.
Well, has Farhat talked to Alex? It's a PCC. He probably doesn't have to stick around for it.
Oh, I'll double check.
Well, hold on, maybe it's an exam. No, it's an exam.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Judge, I'm going to step away for a minute.
Okay. Nobody.
Michelle might sit in here for a little bit so I can get the felony started and finish up.
Thank you.
Are we still waiting for more people or am I all set?
Let me think. Let me check the docket. We might be done with the misdemeanors. Let me look.
I just see prelims at 11 and reviews.
Yeah, I think we're all right. I think we're all set.
All right. See you next
Thanks,
Sunday.
Royce. Have a good
Thanks,
one.
Royce.
You too. See you, Heather.
Oh, Judge Marcus Schaefer is in the waiting room. Mr. Blaze's client, Andarian's. So I'm going to pull him in. I'm going to get a good phone number.
Yeah. Then we can try to contact the attorney.
Yep. Will you ask for phone numbers while I contact everybody?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Schaefer, are you connected, sir? Marcus Schaefer, you're muted. Mr. Schaefer, connected?
Judge, everybody's coming back.
Yeah, we can't get Mr. Schaefer connected though.
Yep, he's got audio now.
Yeah, but he won't talk to me.
Mr. Schaefer, unmute yourself. Thank you. Nope. His audio
Mr. Schaefer,
keeps,
you have to connect.
his audio keeps
Audio,
going in and out.
video.
There you go.
Yeah, he keeps muting it.
progress.
Ladies, do you want me to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Schaefer to see if you
Please.
can try and get some information from him? Thank you.
We can't get him to connect audio. He shows he's muted and then he shows unmuted and then unconnected. Good luck.
Are the party?
It's going to be a waiver, you said? How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Judge?
Great. All right, ladies, People versus Kayla Taylor, please.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nancy Kessler from Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, up here on behalf of Ms. Kayla Taylor. P number 80549.
And Ms. Taylor, I understand you're going to waive the exam today?
Yes.
You understand the purpose for the exam?
Yes.
You understand your rights and options? You've discussed those with counsel?
Yes, sir.
You understand that a waiver means a file goes downtown, so your next court date will be at the circuit court level, not at the district court where you're at right now.
Yes, sir.
Understanding that, you want to waive, and you're doing so freely and voluntarily, correct? Yes. Ladies, are you satisfied with the waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
So am I. The arraignment on information date, I'm going to schedule it for October 20th, 9 a.m. Bond will be continued, and I'll ask for signatures. Back to me, please. Corporal, how we doing today? I said, how we doing today?
Good. I drove down.
Nice. Colors are pretty nice right now, aren't they?
Oh, it was beautiful.
Yeah. I think they're about a week or two early.
That's what everybody was saying.
Yeah.
And cold.
Actually, it was 7 the entire 5 days.
Yeah, it's been kind of weird. I was up last week and it was humidity like August.
Exactly. So the rain came in.
And I don't even know.
Yeah, I was gone by
I
then.
don't even know if they're actually going to keep that October 20th.
It's been really wet up there. We're in Atlanta. We got 17.5 inches of rain in July alone. It was nuts. Good luck downtown, ladies.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Stay safe, Corporal. Go ahead. Yeah.
You know, some of those cases, they issue a ticket on flag on the WI.
Right.
But it's all been sent to him. Sometimes those nice attorneys, I got one of the I also put people the audit log, and she's gotten all the discoveries. Sometimes they don't even bring footnotes down.
Right.
And it's like, okay. But I was just telling you, I really good shit by the boss's boss for CDL tickets. They were pulling my tickets. And they're like, can't do this, can't do that.
Oh, because you were too free and easy.
It's the second time. First time they just said something. The second time they actually pulled down all these tickets.
Right.
That I did.
Right.
Mostly when I sent out, when I was doing the tickets by hand,
Mhm.
you know, when my immediate boss said, just get rid of them.
Right.
You know?
Right, in the midst of all the craziness, right,
Right,
right.
right. When I was just coming in, it's right
Yeah,
when deals I was
yeah,
alone
yeah.
in the officer. So yes, now they're watching,
Yeah.
they're pulling,
We have Mr. Schaefer, Judge.
right? And
You can do anything. Yeah, yeah. Mr. Schaefer, you're connected?
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm sorry, Judge, man. I was having
I
a
can.
rough time.
Confirming your phone numbers at 627-1060.
No, Judge, I can provide
No,
his phone
that's
number
not.
to you.
New one.
The new one is 734-561-8407. I have an updated address for you as well.
Go ahead.
It's 174 Mole Road, Moll, apartment 22, Auburn, Michigan, 48611.
48611.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, what are we gonna do with Mr. Schaefer's file today?
Just asking for an exam date, Judge.
October 18th in the afternoon, October 25th in the late morning, early afternoon, or November 29th?
Wait. October 25th or
October
November?
18th in the afternoon, October 25th, 10 o'clock, 11, or 2:30, or I can go into November.
And the November date's November 29th?
Yep.
I don't want to put the court in a bad spot. I have two other exams in 36th District at 9 on the 25th, and I'm not available the 18th, so I'm going to have to ask for the November date.
I think Heather, I think we already set one that day.
I mean, if the court could accommodate late morning, like 11:30 or noon.
We scheduled an 11 a.m. on that day.
Okay. I can do 12 o'clock if that helps you.
On October 25th?
All right, I thought we're looking at November.
I was saying, it was just, my
October
exams are at
20th.
9 a.m. for 36th District on October 25th. I would rather do it in October rather than November if possible, but.
I can do October 25th at 11 or 2:30.
2:30 would be great.
Ms. Fortier?
Judge, that's good. You're at 2 o'clock.
Great. Bond will be continued. Mr. Schaefer, you got that?
October 25th at 11?
2:30.
No, October 25th at 2:30.
2:30. Okay, yes, sir.
And that's live. That's not Zoom. That's live.
So I have to be there?
Correct.
Okay. October 25th. I'll be there.
Yep. All right. You're all set.
All right,
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you both.
I'm going to text you, Mr. Schaefer, so you got my number. All right, bye.
How are we looking on the 11:30? Did they say, Judge?
Last I knew, Alex was going to try to talk to Mr. Riggins.
That was the 1:30.
Oh, nobody said anything about 11:30 then.
Okay.
I know the OIC is here because Dan said that the OIC is trying to get out of here because it's his daughter's birthday.
Let's bet he is either super late. He's probably never.
Yeah, I don't think I've dealt with him very much.
Judge, I'm gonna bring in Wayne County Jail. That's Division 2, something that's on Mr. Washington, and I'll let him know that I'll send them a new mitt.
Okay.
Are you Mr. Washington? He's waiting for somebody to push the button for him to talk.
Right. Are you
Can you
Mr.
just let me know-
Washington? Give us a thumbs up.
Sorry.
Are you Washington? Thank you. Heather, what did we do? We set a date for that, didn't we?
We adjourned it to October 27th.
What was it? Who was his attorney?
His attorney was, Mr. Perkins stood in for Mr. Nasser.
Right.
And we had the prosecutor hold HODDY.
Yeah.
Garcia.
Hey, do we know anything about my 11:30 exam, Jamie?
Yes, Kaufman. All parties are here except Kaufman, and Kaufman is now telling her defense attorney, who is here, that she did not get notice, and she's speaking to her. I'm going to find out the disposition and call you right back.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I'm
Heather, did
sorry.
you hear that?
Who said they didn't get notice?
The defendant, Kaufman. Everybody else is here.
So again, the attorney's not speaking to their clients.
Or the client's full of something other than internal organs.
Correct.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Mr. Washington, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Washington, we had your attorney. Actually, we had Mr. Perkins standing in for Mr. Nasser this morning. Your file got adjourned to October 27th, so I'm sure you'll be hearing from Mr. Nasser.
Okay.
Got that?
Yeah, sorry for being so late. We've just been swamped with circuits and all kinds of stuff going on here, so.
No problem. We didn't adjourn it for that reason. There were some discovery issues, so we couldn't handle it today anyhow.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
So Ms. Kaufman, I mailed out her notice back in July. So if she does not have a good address, then that's
Right. Well, and her attorneys is, in my opinion, at least one of the good ones. So I'm assuming if she didn't have contact with Ms. Kaufman, it's not her fault, it's Ms. Kaufman's.
But don't set it if you don't.
Do you know
contact your
where you
client.
sent the notice to? Where she lived?
The address was 19341 Sorrento in Detroit.
Okay. Yes, sir. Hmm. That's fine. Thank you. Good, I'm ready. Thanks.
Should I bring Michelle in? Are we ready?
There's nobody in here yet, but they say they're good. They're coming in.
All right.
It is.
Are you muted?
I can't. I don't have the ability to do that, or at least nobody's figured it out yet.
Working on it, Judge.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I've got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
1:30, Langford is scheduled.
Yes, I
and-
can explain that one to you right now if you like.
Yeah, do you know, are we gonna be able to do that by Zoom?
I did call the county. They said he is in COVID restriction.
Right.
His attorney was notified by Alex, the prosecutor.
Yep.
At 1:15, why he wants to wait that long, I mean, the defense attorney is going to Zoom with Langford, and they are going to decide if they're either adjourning or going to continue via Zoom.
Okay, that'll work.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
This attorney, I thought I had him on my phone. I can't think of his spelling of his name. He's kind of a bit heavy guy, white guy, kind of a heavy guy. And his name is Jim Makowski. Pronounced M-A-K-O.
Yeah. That's not the person. Shift ads.
I don't even know.
There was a M A.
Yeah, there is.
Is it M-A-K?
Yeah. Wonder why I didn't know the first time.
Your Honor,
Yes.
there was some miscommunication. Ms. Kaufman will be zooming in. Is that okay?
That's all right with me, if it's all right with you two.
Oh, I'll let her in. Officer Farrar, you can sit down.
How you doing, sir?
Good.
Thank you.
And happy birthday to your daughter.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
How old?
16, sir.
Oh. Couple more years, she'll be human again.
Yeah. She's a handful.
I bet.
My youngest is turned 16.
I had to go to a hairstyle concert.
6 months ago.
Okay? I had to go to a hairstyle concert. When I got out, I couldn't hear from my ear with my ears. It was all like, I counted the number of guys in the arena, like it was like 10. I was like, one of the unlucky 10 people. Because the rest were all little girls screaming behind me.
Yeah, it wasn't the music, the loud music that got you, it was the screaming.
Oh my God. Before he even came on stage, you were screaming. I'm like, wait for the guy to come on stage.
Ms. Kaufman, are you connected? Not yet. Now you're connected. You can hear me?
Yes.
All right, appearances.
Alex Curry on behalf of the people, Your Honor, PA 4950.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nancy Kessler from Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, appearing on behalf of Ms. Veronica Kaufman, number 80549.
All right, are we ready to start?
We are, Judge. Oh, and after discussing the matter with Ms. Cassatt, the people's offer at this time would be use of a controlled substance under 7411.
The misdemeanor.
Yeah, to a misdemeanor, Judge.
Okay. And have you had a chance to talk to her?
Yes, Your Honor. I
Okay.
did have an opportunity to speak with Ms. Kaufman, and she will be availing herself to that.
Oh, okay. All right, Ms. Kaufman, I understand you're going to take a plea to a misdemeanor use of controlled substance, correct?
Yes.
You've discussed your rights and options with Ms. Cassatt. You understand that?
Yes.
You understand the possible penalty for the charge?
Yes,
All right, and you're pleading guilty freely and voluntarily, correct?
correct.
All right, tell me what happened in Romulus on April 8, 2016 that makes you think you're guilty.
I was driving home from work at a nightclub that I was working at. I got pulled over because the plate, I didn't have a plate for my new vehicle that I literally just bought that day. So I was pulled over for that. I don't remember exactly. I mean, it's been years. I don't remember why I was originally pulled out to be arrested. But then obviously they searched the vehicle and there were 4 pills inside of a bag that I had in my vehicle. So I was arrested, taken to the jail, answered some questions for the officer that he wanted to know about the club that I worked at, and then released. I never went to jail, but I was arrested and booked.
Okay, so what were the pills?
Vicodin.
Okay, satisfied?
People satisfied, Judge.
Satisfied.
Okay, I'll accept your plea to the misdemeanor. I'll dismiss the felony.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, that was under 7411?
Correct, Judge.
And what should I know before I sentence?
I have nothing additional to add, Judge.
And Judge, Ms. Kaufman is 35 years old. She does have a daughter who is 18 years old, and she helps in taking care of. I know that Ms. Kaufman will do whatever it takes to get this case closed under 7411. I've explained to her that, as far as reporting, and she is willing to do whatever it takes
Okay.
in hopes to get that closed.
Any
under
criminal history?
7411. I'm sorry?
Any criminal history?
Not to my knowledge. But I'm not.
Ms. Kaufman, I've got your address on Sorrento, correct?
Correct.
248-820-3131 phone number.
Yes.
Are you working currently?
I do not have a job right now. I just lost my job. Yeah, I'm looking
Okay,
right.
where were you working?
I was working at a spa in Canton.
Okay. CCH?
No criminal history, Your Honor.
Good, okay. All right. Anything you want to tell me before I sentence Ms. Kaufman?
No.
All right. All right, I'll go along with the 12-month delayed sentence. During that 12 months, stay out of trouble, no new criminal offenses. Court costs are assessed in the amount of $750. I can give you 30 days to pay that or set you up with a formal monthly payment plan. What do you want to do?
Monthly payment plan, please.
Actually, you're currently on one, aren't you?
I'm on a
Payment due
couple.
October 18th.
Yes.
We'll just roll this into this current plan.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if you're having any problems, reach out to us before you miss a payment. That way you can stop late fees and penalties.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You got anything else?
I got one more.
Okay. Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll put it here, who's the case, she was at the.
Well, they're 23 minutes into my time, so they've been talking. Tell them to get in here. Let's start the exam.
I'll be right out.
I've got 11 exams scheduled today, so I'm not letting them talk after their scheduled time. Drives me freaking nuts. It's like it's 1800. You don't have phones? Call each other. Talk about it beforehand. Do not understand why they won't get together beforehand.
calls to tell him, oh, I set a live exam and the guy wanted to wait.
Right. It's, well, you know what the funny thing is? I've noticed that I now have to do this to get in from out there. You know, I used to have to hit it twice. It's doing that again. Right. Remember to tell Jane. So my text messages to my neighbor are like on this huge delay. And Susie thinks, and she might be right, Susie thinks if I send him a text from my house, it doesn't go to him until I drive away. Like I sent him a text yesterday because I was working in the yard and his dog came over, went in the pond, got all muddy, and then I could hear Ray yelling and he went home. So I said, he's over here, but he's headed your way now after taking a muddy swim. So he got it this morning, like 8, sent me a response. He said, yeah, and he also got into bees and got stung a number of times. So I sent back, well, if you can get him to talk, tell me where they're at so I can, you know, I can deal with that. Because, you know, if he found them, Harley's going to find them. Yeah. Or I'm going to find them.
Were the ground bees or something?
They must have been.
They must be ground bees.
Must have been. Yeah. And I thought he was signing this up because when he ran past me, he like hit the ground and started biting around. Like, what are you doing? You know, but I didn't see him. Yeah. And then he ran. He heard his dad yelling, and he ran.
Poor thing.
Those things hurt. Oh my God, those hurt.
They're vicious. Yesterday was Mark's birthday.
Yeah, we're gonna do. Susie won't get in it. Susie, I bet Susie can't even tell you the last time she was in the bathroom. She hates being in hot water.
Because we're talking about moving the next couple years.
Yeah.
Just kind of move it.
Yeah. I don't blame her.
And if we move, we'll probably move out of state.
Yeah, I don't blame her. When's he done?
3 years.
Is it?
They have to be 55.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be 2 years short without them here.
Come on, guys.
Yes, sir.
I am done waiting on Huziak.
Okay, I'm gonna let them know right now. Thank you.
Thought I did that with Dan. Oh, actually, I'm busting their chops. I thought Huziak was scheduled 11:30, scheduled at 12.
So they have a minute still
Yeah.
for the cases though.
I apologize for busting your chops. I just told Michelle, I said, I thought Huziak was at 11:30. That's why I'm pitching because I'm done waiting. Actually, Huziak's not scheduled yet.
Yeah,
Till
it's
noon.
at 12.
Yeah.
She was still talking to her client. Can I tell her to keep talking?
Yeah. I'm not mad yet, Miss Castoff. That's cool.
She told me
Yeah, because those freaking horses are faster than anything she's ever been on.
And I didn't realize how you get them to go. You let go of the reins and put your knuckles like this and when you push.
That's the signal.
That's their cue to go pull out.
That's cool. That's cool.
She wasn't really trying. Her boss said, nope, push it, never come back. But I'll let you do it here. So she's happy.
That's cool.
And she put a new horse off the track. And he's been doing really good, except somebody just dumped a potbelly pig on the farm. They're keeping it.
The horse is petrified of the pig.
Like, breaks out in smoke. I mean, he sees it like, won't eat, tastes it.
Yeah, wouldn't you like to know why that is? Because he obviously had an experience with something that pig reminds him of.
Totally great. She can jump on him, take control right off the track. Pig is freaking. She's like, get rid of him. He can't live here.
I'd love to get in his head and figure out what the association is with the pig. Yeah. That's funny.
You're 11 and stuff? 11 and stuff?
We had 11 starting at 11. Yeah, because the problem is, I don't want to kill her on the 17th. The week after that is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, so I don't want to have a bunch of exams all day Wednesday, before Thanksgiving. And then the next one is December 29th, and that's usually when a bunch of the family tries to go up north between Christmas and New Year's. So doing PCCs doesn't bother me. I can still get out Wednesday afternoon, but if I'm doing exams till 5 o'clock, 3 o'clock, whatever. So we set 4 or 5 of them for January 5th, which I don't like kicking them down the road, but. And we're still dealing with discovery issues. It's like, I'm afraid you're right.
There's only so much you can pull off.
I gotta talk to Jackie Trevarro because Ron just doesn't do adjournments. Their phones just doesn't do them. Either wave them or hold them without them. I'd like to get her take because she's seen it from the way we do it and the way he does it. I just have trouble doing that. Like I adjourned one Monday because the defense attorney said, Judge, my client wants to have his exam. She says, but I really want to request an adjournment because I want to sit down with him with our social worker from our office because I think there's some issues. I'm like, issues that developed since last time I spoke to him? She said, yes. And so when I start quizzing the guy, he started to get really agitated. It's like, yeah, there's some mental health issues here. So what am I going to do? He's all pissed off because he wants to be done with it. But I can't make her do an exam with a guy that she's not sure is competent. And of course, the prosecutor wants to order him for forensic. I'm like, I'm not going to order him for a forensic because that's going to be months. I said, at least this way, maybe they're going to talk and come back and say, yeah, we need a formal forensic, or maybe they're going to talk to him and say, yeah, we got him on his meds now, and he's okay. But he was getting all agitated and fuck this, fuck that, do whatever the hell you want. I'm not coming back. And I'm like, brother, if you tell me you're not coming back, then I can't let you out on a personal bond. Now I got to put you in custody, and I don't want to put you in custody. Fine, whatever. I'll come back, whatever. So, and he's living in the tent, literally he's living in the tent. But he communicates with her by email because he goes to the warrant center and he can get on the internet.
Where'd you come from?
There it is, Alex. I received an email from Mariah that says that it looks like the state's not even going to be available that week of December 29th.
The state?
The state.
What do we need the state for?
PCCs for the 29th.
Oh, you mean the
December 29th.
prosecutor's office?
Yeah, the prosecutor's office isn't going to be available.
So I gave it to Alex just to verify.
Well, what do we do with PCCs then?
Well, that's why I need to know from him how we have to rearrange them. And he goes, I can't believe you in on my day. I'm like, you're not gonna get paid because I'm a hungry prosecutor. I can do it. No,
I'm
we're not gonna ask
hungry.
you.
You're not gonna give any of the other ones. You didn't be careful. You didn't.
Well,
Right.
and, well, the other problem with that is, then we're gonna have all kinds of confusion. Some of the defense attorneys are just gonna assume we're not doing it
Oh,
that
for
day,
sure,
and
they
they won't
won't know.
show up.
Exactly. So I'm just, he's gonna double check with his office.
What makes my life easier.
Yeah.
And I'm not
Makes us all-
avoiding them, I just don't have to.
Right. So he's gonna double check. Because usually I know that they're available, but just like limited, but they're usually always
They
so
say-
available, but they're saying. Well, and that's what it says. It says due to staffing.
Because they don't pay. I mean, seriously, you gotta be a hungry prosecutor. I mean, you gotta really wanna be a prosecutor for what they pay. Otherwise, hell, you could go get a job, freaking Burger King, and probably make as much as he's making.
They told me that Texas workers in my house.
Here's one that blows my mind. I was telling her a couple weeks ago. You go to Menards, they got people crawling around that place. They got all kinds of help, and they're happy, they're friendly. They seem to, they seem to be, the people I talk to, they seem to know what they're talking about. It's not just a live body. It's like, one guy asked a question, he looked at the other coworker, and he said, well, you're the master plumber. Really? Now, I don't know if really master plumber, but you go to Layers, you go to Walmart, the shelves are all messed up because nobody's restocking, nobody's straightening things out. It's like, is Menards really paying that much more than everybody else? They must be. I don't know. It's crazy. You know what I heard about Ryan's house? They might never reopen. They're making so damn much money on takeout with the limited staff that they're using.
Because
They never stopped doing takeout.
Because I passed it like twice already
Yeah.
within a week, and there's limited cars, and I'm like, how can they, there's limited.
Their takeout, and of course, Sam had the lung transplant. He's home. I don't know how long he's doing, but he's home. But friends of mine, I think it was last week I was talking to him, and somehow that came up. I said, so are they open again? And she said, we're in there all the time for takeout. And last time I talked to Sam, he said he's not sure he's going to open. If you think about it, it is, but if you think about it, you don't have to worry about scheduling waitresses and hope they show up and all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
but look at those are people that are out of towns, but obviously they didn't want to come back.
Right, right.
Because the state's paying them.
Yeah. They're making enough money on their employment.
Well, you're getting regular unemployment, but I think they're trying to push for numbers.
Well, and if you got kids, you're getting that extra money too. I know, it's nuts. It's nuts. Yeah. My nephew makes big money at the car dealership. He's getting money for his kids. It's no, but it's just like the stimulus checks. My sister, her and her husband are both retired. Both my neighbors, husband and wife, both retired. They're all getting stimulus checks. It's like, wait a minute. I shouldn't have got a stimulus check. My income was not affected by COVID, right? I mean, they screwed that thing way up. Screwed that thing up way up. Right. Yeah.
They just had my house.
Yeah.
Gina just, I never got it fixed.
That doesn't surprise me.
No.
Yeah.
Well, didn't like Kobe, he was unemployed last year, I think it was. And they're making him pay back 2 weeks of unemployment, saying that he shouldn't have gotten it. But how can you fight it? But mind you, they paid him all the way up to the day, and he's been paid, so now he's on a payment plan, paying them back for money that, swear.
You should have fight it.
How? Who?
Who you talk to?
Exactly. You can't fight it. You can't fight it. You can't do anything. So now he's paying back money that they gave him, and they were still giving him at that time.
It's like that railroad assistance thing where the landlord said, I told them they paid me too much money, and they said they didn't care.
Yep.
She was communicating with the agency, and the agency said, we'll pay 2 months in arrears, and we'll pay 3 months in advance. And they sent her a check, and she said, well, that's way too much money. It's like $2,700
Yeah, it
or
was a lot,
something,
yeah.
more than she wanted. So now the tenant's saying, you can't kick me out, you still got some of their money. She says, but I didn't want their money, I want you out.
And
And
then
get, hold on, you know the kicker? The tenant doesn't sign anything and the landlord doesn't sign anything. They just send that money out. So if nobody does what they're supposed to be doing, oh well. Nobody signed anything. They kept referring to the contract. I said, somebody give me this contract. It's like a 2-page document. I'm like, does anybody have one that's got signatures on it? Oh, we didn't sign anything. I said, then this isn't a contract. Well, we agreed. I said, what do you mean you agreed? You mean you said yes on the phone?
Yeah.
Yeah. I said, well, that doesn't count either. This is a real estate transaction. It's got to be in writing.
Because wasn't that the one where she wanted the 1,800 back from them because they got too much money? Because I think one of them, she kept saying, you owe me money, you owe me money. That might have been the same one.
I think it is, yeah, I think it is. Because I told the landlord, I said, you can move her out, I'll sign the paperwork, but you gotta send the money back. I said, I don't care if they throw the check away, I don't care if they send the check back to you, you gotta send it. She said, I don't want it, and she wasn't getting it.
No,
She didn't want it.
Yeah, she did. She wanted to handle it.
And she said, I can show you the emails, I told them they were sending me too much money. They don't care, don't be out.
Didn't she want it to pay for her pool?
No.
Because one
That
of
was
them had
different.
pool.
That was something different.
Somebody got a pool and it's like, you got a pool, I don't know.
But we've also heard stories where the tenant's getting the money and not giving any to the landlord, just moving out. So they're, they don't put both names on the check. Listen to this, speaking of this, Labor Day, we were up north, Cheyenne got in a car wreck, so she left her car up there. Yeah, just minor. Left her car up there. Well, last weekend, Susie and I went up and got it, right? So and it helps, small town, Ottawa, Michigan. So of course, her buddy in Ottawa, her boyfriend knows everybody at the body shop, so it's that small town connection. We called the guy on the way up Friday and said, it's gonna be like 10 o'clock plus when we get there. So how about if we just come pick it up in the morning? I won't be there, but I'll park it outside, I'll put the key in the ashtray. He said, I'll leave the check so Cheyenne can endorse the check over to us and mail it back. I told Susie, I said, he's gonna let us take the car that he's done all this work on and then send the money. We get there, not only did that all was in place, he had a self-addressed stamped envelope so Cheyenne could send the check back to him. I'm like, yeah, this is a small town. That's what's going on. Can you believe that?
Nice.
Never did business with us. Now maybe Susie said he's just doing that because he knows Timmery. I said, or he's just doing that because that's the way they do things. I'll never forget, we were up north. Burcroft's family has a place up in Paradise, Michigan.
We went looking for a place up there.
Matter of fact, his dad built this cabin on the highest point in Paradise and then put a crow's nest on the very top. He was in his 70s when he built this crow's nest by himself. His band was an amazing band. From the crow's nest, you could literally see Whitefish Bay where the Edmund Fitzgerald went down. And the only time I've ever been there, it was a real stormy, it was in the fall, it was like early November. It was real stormy and the ships were all stacked up in the bay waiting for the weather to calm down, just like they were when the Edmund Fitzgerald went down. Really cool. But anyhow, so we're out there, it's Otto, it's Tom DePietro, Dave Glade, Big Roy Burcroft, right? Just a real motley crew. So we're out there and the fuel pump goes out on Otto Suburban while we're out there. We go into the gas station, get it diagnosed, and the guy's like, this is like on Friday morning. And the guy's like, look, he says, I found one, but you gotta drive to the city to pick it up. He said, and I'm gone. He said, I gotta be downstate tomorrow for a wedding, so I'm out of here tonight by 6 o'clock. But if you guys can, get down there, and there was more than one car, we had more than one car up there, we didn't know a car full. So he said, if you guys can go get the fuel pump, if you guys can put it on, and we're like, yeah, we'll put fuel pump on. He's like, well then, I'll set up with my daughter, she'll meet you at 9 o'clock and you can have the shop. Swear to God.
He doesn't know you from anything.
He doesn't know us, all he knows is one of us is from the Burcrofts. Connection, right?
Yeah.
That's all he knows. He didn't know Leroy personally, he just knew, because their family had been up there. His dad did crazy stuff like bought fire truck and gave it to him. Bought a used fire truck in Washington, donated it to the fire department. His dad. So they knew of this family, right? So sure enough, that night, a couple of us ran down to Sioux St. Mary, bought the fuel pump, and the next morning, we get there, and his daughter lets us in, says, just use that toolbox, because that's my dad's. He said, don't let you use the mechanics, because then he's got to deal with the mechanics if there's something misplaced. So you can use dad's toolbox, everything you need to be right there. She said, here's my phone number, if you need anything, call me. And left. Left the garage.
Open for you guys.
But that, small town. I should, I'm just thinking I should have never said anything. I should have just stayed on the mat. Just drives me nuts. And I understand sometimes, the defendant has to really feel the pressure before they make a decision.
Yeah.
But a lot of this is just, there's been no communication yet.
No.
Ours? Yeah, I got mine right here. Mariah's loving the conference.
Where is it at?
Crystal.
Oh.
Same place where ours was this year. So I'm trying to have Susie cancel a credit card order. I decided I'm gonna try this hunt with a tree set. You know what a tree saddle is?
You're gonna try to trace that?
Yeah, you know what it is? It's basically like a butt sling. And instead of using a tree stand, you just like hang out of the tree. Usually most guys have a platform, but you can like swing all the way around the tree. So it's it's a real mobile way to hunt, right? So I ordered one last Monday, did a bunch of stuff, found some reviews, and it's supposed to be like the most comfortable one. So I ordered it. And then like 2 minutes later, I realized, oh shit, I was gonna order a little accessory thing. So I fire off an email. It's like, look, I just placed order number, blah, blah, blah. Is it possible to add this to the order? Crickets. So then I wait. Thursday, I think it was, I sent another email. Look, I just want to make sure, I'm thinking you're processing the order. I want to get in, right? Nothing. I sent it again. No. So then over the weekend, I told Susie what was going on. She said, well, I can probably get a number for you. So she looked on, through PayPal and the phone number. Well, when I called it Monday, that was PayPal's number. So I'm like, well, this is bullshit. There's got to be a way. So I found my order confirmation email from the company. And down little print, there's a phone number. I'm like, okay. So I call them. We're a small business. During these crazy times, we're putting all our energy into getting the product out so we can fill your orders. So we're not taking phone calls. Send us an email. So I sent them a third email. Said, please, I'm just trying to get confirmation that you're going to add this to my order. I told her today. I said, I've checked my spam. I'm like, cancel the order. I said, I don't know how long I'm going to have to wait. If this is how backed up they are, they can't answer an email. Am I going to wait a year to get this thing? I said, I'll find something else. I said, for that matter, I said, I just found a source where I can buy a used one for about half price just to see if I'm going to like swinging in a tree, right? So now she just sent me a text. She said, I can't do it online, so I'm going to have to try to call Discover and see if I can do it through them.
You should be able to.
Yeah. And I mean, I feel bad because I don't want to cancel the order, but I'm not going to do business with somebody that won't communicate with me.
And if it still says that your it might wait till it closes. Maybe not.
Well, I think that's going to really piss me off. They've already processed the payment and they won't return my email. Because I'm thinking, seriously, what's it take just to send me an email? Yeah, we got it. No problem. We'll take care of it. Okay.
Oh, I totally agree.
It sounds like they just about reached a decision.
Do we know what that is?
I do. So I just came in here. Be ready regardless.
What's the next one after Huziak on the docket?
Kamisha Foster and Timothy, oh, I'm sorry.
Foster.
Yeah, Foster and Porter. And I have the officers arriving on the Foster matter.
Are those codes? Or they're just
No,
scheduled separate?
they're just two separate.
Thank you. I'm real anxious to get this saddle too, because what I'm gonna try to do is usually they use climate sticks. Have you seen them? Huh? Well, I watched a guy that's been an arborist for 30 years, tree trimming.
Yeah, yeah.
He just climbs a rope. He throws his rope up in the tree, and then basically it looks like you're doing it on, but you're not. What you do is you're tied here, right? Because you're swinging, right?
Yeah.
So you push off the tree and you like hip thrust. But when you thrust your hips up, you work your hand up the rope. So you're getting like that much every time you throw your hips up in the air. You scoot the rope up. He says it's not in the arms, it's in the hips. And 2 minutes later, he's 20 feet in the air. I'm like, but yeah, I said that looks pretty cool, and that could be kind of handy around the house too. It's like I got to get up there and trim that limb out.
That's true. That's pretty cool.
I do not like the no birthday. No birthdays in the
I
armory.
don't either.
I was
hate
bitching to
it.
Susie yesterday.
Do you know what a pain it is sometimes when I'm trying to confirm it's the right person or something?
Well, I'm not, from that standpoint, yeah, that's a huge problem. Trying to figure out if it's the right, if it's a duplicate file and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But for me, sometimes I just want to know how old this person is I'm dealing with.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Why are we doing?
if nothing else, they could give us the year of their birth, right?
It's a problem. I asked, why are we not?
What I was told is it's because that's public record, so it just, gives that information out for identity theft. That's what I was told,
Oh, because we're putting them online.
I guess. Oh,
Drives me.
yeah, I hate it.
Because especially when I'm going into there on the jazz.
Right.
And trying to confirm the right person.
Well, especially when I'm doing like responding to a letter or something like that, when I don't get to see the person. I mean, I can look at you and tell you, that's not a 20-year-old, that's a 40-year-old, right? Because sometimes it's like, yeah, young and dumb, I'll give you a break, but damn, dude, you're old enough to know better than this. So it changes fines and costs. I mean, the whole 9 yards.
Okay, now I'm ready to get mad again.
Okay.
Thanks. Have you seen Todd Perkins lately?
No.
His hair is as white as that clean.
Oh, listen, my son was like that too, yeah. Remember him, gosh, 30 years ago.
And he had the fro then too, didn't he? Hasn't he had a long?
No, it was not like that, no, completely.
All right, People versus Randy Husiak.
Good morning, or afternoon, Your Honor. Alex Curry on behalf of the people.
It's always morning somewhere.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Nancy Castro from Neighborhood Defender Service of Church, appearing on behalf of Mr. Randy Husiak, number 80549.
Thank you. Mr. Husiak, you can sit down, sir. What are we doing?
The people are ready, Judge.
Defense is ready.
All right, let's get started.
The first and only witness would be Mr. Daniel Probst.
Mr. Probst, all the way up front here. Watch your step right here. Raise your right hand. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Settle in. Right here. Yep. Have a seat in that chair. Proceed, Mr. Kerr.
Thank you, Judge. Would you please state your name for the record?
Daniel Probst.
And Mr. Probst, I want to direct your attention to July the 1st, 2021. Did something happen that day that brings you into court?
I was threatened, my life was threatened and assaulted with a knife.
And could you take the court to the beginning of those events? How did that start?
Had an ordeal with my girlfriend. Went back home.
And where is your home, sir?
Flat Rock, Michigan. Trailer Park, Country Meadows. And
so you went to pick up your girlfriend. Where was she at that time?
At his house.
Where's his house?
2 streets down.
In Huron Township?
Yes.
In Wayne County?
Yes, I believe so.
And what was your reason for going to get your girlfriend, Mr. Probst?
I mean, we just been having some personal issues with alcohol, and went there to get her, and we left, went home.
She was having personal issues with alcohol?
Yes.
So did you eventually pick her up?
Yes.
And where did you go after you picked her up?
We went back to my house, or
And
our house.
Your house. And that's the one 2 blocks over, correct?
Yeah.
And what occurred, or what, if anything, occurred after you and your girlfriend arrived back home?
We had a few more words. She left again, and I was proceeded to just sit there. I was doing homework, finishing up my degree, and that's when I heard somebody call my name, and I stepped out of my house to find him, Randy, and his friend standing there.
So you motioned over to Randy. Could you identify him for the court? What is he wearing today?
Orange shirt.
And what's his last name?
Husiak.
Noted.
Thank you, Judge. So he was calling out for you. What was he saying?
He just said my name. I stepped out, and then that's when he brandished a knife, proceed to say how he'd end my life, slaughter me like a hog in his own words. And so he put the knife away. We stepped face to face, and that's when he pulled it out again, and the altercation occurred.
And when you say the altercation occurred, how did that, so you put the knife away, right? And then you guys came face to face and there was an altercation. What did you or he do to start that altercation?
He started it by calling me out of my house.
No, right. Sorry, my question wasn't clear. This is when you guys were face to face, after he put the knife away. You said it was the second altercation. How, you know what I'm talking about now?
That's
You know
when he pulled it out the second time.
Yes. What did he do to start that second altercation?
Took 3 more steps and we're standing face to face.
And what did he do after he took those 3 steps forward?
Proceeded again to tell me how he'd end my life and I'm nothing, and then pulled that knife out again.
And could you see it was a knife?
Yeah.
How could you be sure it was a knife?
Because it was an 8-inch chop knife, kitchen knife. It wasn't a pocket knife.
And what did he do with that knife when he pulled it out the second time?
I mean, it was basically in slow motion for me, but as soon as he pulled it out, I grabbed his wrist and his neck, walked him back, and then he was on the ground for a little bit, and that's when his friend came up, put me in a chokehold.
So when he took the knife out in the second time, could you show the court how he was holding it? And did the arm move towards you?
Yes.
And your arm, may the record reflect that the witness held his arm in the air and moved his arm forward?
Noted.
So you said you wrestled him to the ground after that, Mr. Probst. Is that correct?
Yes.
What were you trying to do?
Basically defend my life, protecting myself, and getting the weapon out of his hand.
And were you successful? Were you able to get the knife out of his hand?
Yes.
And what happened after you got the knife out of his hand?
That's when he retreated back to his car, and then his friend let go of my neck, and they both left.
So his friend, at what point did his friend come behind you?
After I had grabbed a hold of him and his wrist and walked him back, so we're wrestling around, and then his friend came up, put me in a chokehold, trying to separate us. Even his friend was asking him to put down the knife, and he wasn't letting go, proceeding to tell me, pardon my language, but telling me how I fucked up.
So while you were wrestling on the ground with Mr. Huziak, what was, based on your observation, what was his arm doing?
When we were wrestling?
Yes.
Just holding on to that knife as hard as he could.
So were you exerting effort while you were to get the knife out of his hand?
Yes. And then he proceeded to grab the blade of the knife with his other hand because he didn't want to lose control of it.
One moment, Judge. Judge, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross?
Yes, Judge. Judge, would you like me at the podium or?
Wherever you, as long as Michelle can hear you clearly, anywhere you want to be.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
How's it going?
Good. I'm going to be asking you some questions. If you can't hear me or don't understand me, just let me know and I'll try to rephrase so that you do understand my question, okay? All right. You had indicated that back on 7/21 that you had an argument with your girlfriend?
Right.
Is that Chelsea?
Yes.
Okay. And that argument happened at your house, correct?
Yes.
And then after that argument, she left and went to Mr. Huziak's place, correct?
Yes.
And how soon after do you follow her to get her back?
No, when she left, because I got out of work and she was already there drinking.
Okay, so my question is, how long after the argument do you go to Mr. Huziak's place?
No, that's what I'm saying. When she came, I got out of work. She wasn't home. I'm asking her when she's coming home.
I see.
And she was still there. So it's about 8 o'clock at night. And that's when I went there. We left, argued more at home. She left again. And that's when he came to my house.
But at some point you go to Mr. Huziak's home to pick her up, correct? Okay.
Yes.
And when you go there, was that around the 8 p.m. time?
Yes.
Okay, and when you,
so.
I'm sorry?
I believe so.
Okay, and when you go there to pick her up, she didn't want to come with you, correct?
She didn't say that.
She didn't want to come with you, correct?
Those weren't her words.
Okay, you dragged her by her hair
No.
and forced her
No.
to come with you.
That's what if his
Don't-
friend was here that assaulted me too, if he was here, that's what he
Sir,
said.
that I'm asking you.
No, I didn't.
Okay. So you're saying that you did not force her to come with you?
I didn't drag her out by her hair.
Sir, did you force her to come with you?
No.
Okay, she came with you willingly?
Yeah.
Is that why she left after you took her into the house to have another
After we argued
argument?
more, Yes.
Okay. Um, at some point, you say that you had heard your name being called to come outside?
Yes.
Did you recognize the voice?
Not for the most part, but I had an idea who it was.
Did you have windows in your house?
Where I was sitting next to the door was here, so
Okay, do you have a screen door in front of your house?
yes.
Okay, when you open the first door, are you able then to see who it is outside?
No, because the sidewalk's so basically you have to open the door.
All right. Once you open the door, you see who was calling your name, correct? And then you proceed to go outside, correct?
Correct.
You don't retrieve and go back into your house, true?
No.
Okay. When you had seen that it was Mr. Huziak outside, you proceed down to what, the sidewalk of your house?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where he was at, correct?
Yes.
At no point do you go back into your home, correct?
No.
Okay. Sir, you indicated that at some point you observed a knife being pulled out?
Yes.
Okay. And when you had observed the knife the first time that you had seen it pulled out, at no point did you go back into your house then, correct? Okay. Is that a no?
No.
Okay. And you also gave a written statement that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And basically, do you remember what you had said in your written statement?
Not word for word, but for the most part, yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that he pulled out a knife again and I grabbed his wrist that was holding the knife, and that you wrestled him to the ground? Do you remember saying that in your written statement?
Yes.
At no point in your written statement do you ever say that he lunged at you, correct?
I didn't.
You did not?
I don't believe I wrote that down.
Okay. And you never said that he in any way had swung at you, correct?
I mean, I told that to the officers.
I'm
in the
talking
heat of the
about your
moment.
written.
As I wrote, I was just stating that he had a knife and we wrestled for the knife.
Okay, but you had an opportunity to actually write down a statement, correct?
In the heat of the moment, yes, right after it happened.
Exactly, right after it happened.
Right.
When it's still fresh in your memory, correct?
It's still fresh in my memory.
Okay.
We can watch the video if we'd like.
No, sir, I'm asking you the questions, okay? But if I wanted to look at the video, I'd put it up. So you had given the written statement that day, correct?
Yes.
You had an opportunity to review that statement, correct?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to also sign that statement, true?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this occurred back on January 1st, and that's when you had written the statement, correct?
What date?
I'm sorry, July 1st of 2021.
Yes, I believe
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go back real quick. When you had went to pick up your girlfriend, she was inside of the house, correct?
Yes.
And you went in there and you did not ask anyone for permission to go inside of the house, correct?
Yes.
So you just basically went in, took, had her, taken her out and took off, correct?
Yes.
Were there also, there were also kids inside of the house when you went inside, correct?
No.
Your child was not there?
Her daughter was with his girlfriend in their car who pulled up as I was leaving with all the kids.
Judge, nothing further at this time.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Sir, you can step down. Thank you for your time. Watch your step on the ramp. Anything else from the people, Mr. Career?
No further witnesses, Judge.
Any defense witnesses?
No, Judge.
Argument?
Yes, Judge, if you would. Can you just
Either way, yeah.
Judge, rather have him step out.
Go ahead, step up, Ms. Pros.
Am I allowed to say?
Nope, I just asked you to step up.
Judge, if you would move for a bind over at this time on both counts 1 and 2. We heard pretty clear testimony from Mr. Probst about what occurred back on the first. So if people would move for a bind over at this time, again, as to counts 1 and 2, and I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal if necessary.
Sure.
I apologize. Actually, I do have a couple more questions for Mr.
Pros.
Provost, if I
Okay,
may.
that's fine.
I apologize.
No problem. Mr. Probst, back on the witness stand if you don't mind. Still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, when you were struggling on the ground, you actually were on top of him, correct?
At what point? I mean, when I first grabbed him and
I
took
can-
him back.
I can rephrase my question for you. At some point, you grab a hold of his wrist, correct?
Correct.
And then he is taken to the ground, correct?
Correct.
And you still have a hold of his arm, correct? With the knife in it?
Yes.
And then is that when you turn it and start stabbing him on the chest?
At no point did I make any, no.
Mr. Huziak ended up with stab wounds on the chest. Are you telling me that you did not turn his arm and stab him?
No.
While he was on the ground? So he just ended up with stab wounds to his chest?
Within the altercation, I mean, if I'm controlling his wrist and I push his arm to his chest, at some point, he sustained those injuries.
Okay, and so you're saying that there is a possibility that that did happen, correct?
It wasn't a stab, so no.
Okay. Do you remember seeing him bleeding?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that he ended up with 3 stab wounds to his?
Judge, I'm going to object to ask and answer. Although counsel's rephrasing the question, it's ultimately getting to the same question.
I don't think it is.
Okay.
Before she was asking him if he did it, now she's asking if you know. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Judge. Are you aware that he ended up with 3 stab wounds to the left side of his chest?
After the police told me.
Okay.
After they basically waited till the next day because he wasn't in custody until 3 in the morning.
Okay, so you did become aware that he did have 3
Yes.
stab wounds to the left side of his chest? Okay.
It's not the words that they use, but yes, I know that he sustained injury.
Okay. All right, nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Judge, I have no regret. Actually, no, I have one question, Judge. When Mr. Huziak why did you grab his arm when you saw that?
My life was in danger.
How did you know your life was in danger?
Because he threatened it multiple times.
Was he moving his arm towards you?
Is basically when he pulled it out, then that's when I grabbed him. Because I wasn't going to give that opportunity.
And when you were on the ground struggling, was he still trying to move the knife towards you?
It's hard to.
Well, you know what? Let me ask you to speculate at that point. Why were you trying to get the knife out of his hand while you were on the ground? Or no, that's the first question. Was Mr. Huziak exerting force on the knife while you were on the ground struggling with the knife?
Judge, I'm going to object to the question, the way that the question is asked. I don't believe that it's a clear question. I don't understand what he means by was he exerting force on the knife.
Okay, try to rephrase.
Okay. Did you have to exert effort on Mr. Kuziak's arm while on the ground?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
You can step down again, sir. Thank you. Could you wait outside, please?
Yes, sir.
Argument.
Yes, Judge, people move for a bind over at this time. I think, and I believe I'm going to preempt and just get my rebuttal out of the way now. Regardless of what happened beforehand between Mr. Probst and his girlfriend, whether he made her go home or not, there was still a knife brought to it this way. The defense counsel asked a few questions about where he was, whether he was going back inside, Judge, and there was no, there may have been a duty to, there was no duty to retreat at that time, Judge. Even when he saw the knife, he still went to confront him about a fist fight. The matter changed, Judge, when he brandished the knife the second time, which we have the FA, the testified lunge, which we get the assault with intent to create bodily harm, which is added to based on the struggle that occurred on the ground. And Judge, I believe the injuries sustained to the defendant in the course of that fray are natural while Mr. Probst was in the course of getting the knife away from his chest, Judge. People contend that we met their burden and would move for a bind over his charge.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm going to object to the bind over and specifically to count 1, the assault with intent to great bodily harm. We heard from the complainant in this case, Daniel Provost, and who testified that while there was a knife produced, actually in this just now, before he left, he said before he even, once he saw the knife, that's when he grabbed the wrist. So there was no testimony that he had lunged at him, and he just made that clarification on the record. And then also in his statement, he also admitted that he nowhere in there said that there was any type of lunging or that there was any type of motion being moved at him. He did testify to that today one time, but then his last testimony just right now, I guess redirect, he did mention that when he saw the knife the second time, before he wasn't going to give him that opportunity, and he held the arm, and then that's when he took Mr. Huziak down to the ground, and then a struggle ensued. But there was no, I mean, that's 2 times that the complainant had testified there was no lunging. And so I would object to the bind over, Judge, to the assault with intent to do great bodily harm. And at best, this is a felonious assault, Judge.
Response.
I have a response, Judge.
Is there some requirement that there's a lunge?
Yes, Judge. I mean, for a felonious assault, I mean, if there's only a knife being held up, that's a felonious assault. But if there was any motions being made to show the intent, then, that's something different. But to me, Judge.
I'll slaughter you like a hog isn't enough of an intent when he pulls a knife after he says that?
Judge, I don't believe that was anywhere in his statement as well, Judge.
It was what he told me today on the stand.
Understood, Judge. But
so that makes it an issue of trier of fact credibility.
I'm sorry?
That would make it an issue for the trier of fact to determine credibility if it wasn't in his statement, but that's what's coming out of his mouth.
He also testified, Judge, that as soon as he seen the knife, he grabbed the arm. And so there was no attempt by Mr. Huziak to cause any harm.
So because the would-be victim is quicker than the would-be assailant, it can't be an assault.
There was no testimony that he had the intent to do any assault.
I'll slaughter you like a hog, and he pulls a knife. I'll bind over on both counts.
Thank you, Judge.
AOI is the 20th or when they adjourn it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Obviously, the misdemeanor tags along.
Yes.
Anything as to bond? Bond will be continued.
something yesterday. My nephew's wife, live in Cody, Wyoming. They were moving some plywood. 23 sheets of plywood fell on her. Knocked her into the table saw. Broke her pelvis on
Oh
both
my
sides.
gosh. Have a great day. Good luck downtown.
Femur in half. Broke her ankle.
Oh my God.
Broke her foot. She got a hairline fracture in the vertebrae of her legs and one in her back.
She was in a car wreck.
But she's not paralyzed. Yes. Just
My God.
her is maybe mid-30s. Or so. They were doing some work on the houses and had 23 sheets of plywood apparently up against the wall. They were trying to move some out to get something out, I guess. And it started to go. He yelled at her to get away, but said she tried to help him. And that's when she got caught by it.
Oh my gosh.
Imagine 23 sheets.
That's a lot of weight.
That's a
I mean, even if
heck
it's just half inch, that's a lot of weight.
Yeah. I mean, one is heavy.
Yeah.
23 of them? Jeez.
Well, you figure it's 12 inches of solid wood.
Yeah.
4 by 8. That's a lot of wood.
It is. But she comes, they fixed her femur so far. They've got an outside brace on her pelvis to hold that screwed in place and stuff like that. They're just waiting to see how things go before they go any further. But she won't, she was awake this morning. She said, I'm hungry, I'm tired of laying on my back.
Well, lucky she's young enough, she'll heal.
Yes, exactly.
What do you got?
I have officers here on the 1230s, Judge. I have Mr. Sullivan. And I don't believe he's in contact with his client, and he would like to see him.
Yeah. Foster?
Porter.
Porter?
Yeah.
I got the jail. Yeah, I don't see Mr. Porter in the waiting room. Right now, I just got the jails.
Thank you for checking. Yeah, I had recent contact with about 2 weeks ago.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Who you got?
Mr. Langford, I guess he was supposed to be in person today. He is on a COVID positive ward, so we have to keep him secluded.
Yeah, I think, do you know if his attorney's here? Riggins?
Mr. Riggins said, I called him earlier. He said he was going to zoom out, Judge, and talk to his client about what.
All right, I'm waiting for Mr. Riggins is his defense attorney, deputy, and we're waiting for him in Zoom so we can put him in a breakout room.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a phone number for him? Did you try to call him today?
I tried calling today. I tried calling yesterday as well. The phone number that I have, if I may check the same number.
Oh, that doc.
Would be.
Hold on just a minute. Let me check.
It may be.
Yeah, I've got a 636 number.
I have a 734 number.
Yeah, 734-636-3383.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we got. Well, if you can find him, we'll avoid the bench warrant.
I do have an investigator now working in my office. I don't know how long Your Honor would allow.
I think we're sitting on him for 48 hours, aren't we?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, just let us know.
Yeah.
We'll get a reschedule. Okay?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome very much.
And Judge, the defense attorney is not here. Mr. Bicker's not here on the Foster matter, but Ms. Foster, I don't believe is here either.
Okay, thank you. Let me have that back then.
Judge,
Yes.
Mr. Bickert just called. He left 36th. He's on his way.
Okay. when we're all done, I need that docket because that's what goes to whoever's going to do bench warrants. Mariah's up north.
Sir, we're still waiting for your attorney to show up in the Zoom room.
It is not order. Yeah. Order was, Andrew's gonna try to find it. Here's all. So it's Foster.
Foster, okay.
Yeah, so she's not here. I don't know. I don't know if she's with us.
Let me ask, well, I don't ask. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So we asked the judge.
I wanna see who's the best to ask about who might be in custody of this fellas.
Yeah, do you know how to?
I know how, we should say, we're trying to find out about my custody. So we're trying. Call the jail. There we go. Trying to call to see if Foster is locked up. And in contact with her.
Heather's watching for Mr. Richards.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Can't find her?
Sorry?
Where the defendant is?
She's Katie's.
All right. If you're all set, we're in the stack with everybody else.
Okay.
Cheers.
Mr. Riggins, Brian Oakley from 34th.
Oh, Judge, how are you?
Good. We've got Mr. Langford in Zoom from the jail.
Okay, I will be right on. I apologize. I just finished another matter. Give me 2 minutes. I will be right on.
I'll watch for you. Thanks.
Oh.
Heather, I just called Mr. Riggins. He's supposed to be coming in. We're going to need to put him in a breakout room with Mr. Langford, I believe.
All right.
And I can't do that as a co-host?
Yeah, you should be able to. See where the breakout rooms are down at the bottom, where it says breakout?
Don't have them. I got security, participants, chat, share, pause or stop recording, and reactions.
You should have it because you are a co-host.
That's what I thought.
We lost the jail. Oh,
of
they're
course.
back. Forget it, they're back. They just went dark.
Heather, did Michelle give you my copy of the docket?
She did take your copy of the docket, Judge. She's coming in right now with it.
Thanks. Thanks. I didn't know you had it in there. It's possible. That is true.
Yes, sir.
Have we heard anything on my Krusik at 1:30?
Krusik is here. We got officers in charge here. We are just waiting on Cheryl Quick.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
What is the temperature set in here?
I think I've been putting it down. I haven't touched it in a long time. I think it was like 68.
Oh, it feels like it's 50.
Well, I'm not saying it is 60.
No, gosh, it doesn't feel like it.
Well, 66 there. Man, I'll tell you what, it was cold downstairs yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It
warmed up quickly.
It did.
Tried to change it.
It was bone chilling. Do we have the ability to fix it for building now?
Yeah, well, we have an ability to talk to the system, whether or not it works.
Yeah, 'cause it was bad.
Yeah, Fred's our go-to guy.
They were really cold.
Come on, Riggins. And I'll tell you what, Zoom has not made it any easier or any better for the attorneys. You know, they just spread themselves even more thin.
That's true. I heard Bill Mason the other day, how much he loves it, but
Yeah, do you hear about his RV?
I heard him talking.
Your boss just told me that. I mean, you know what? Smart. You know, if you can do everything remotely, why not travel around the state and have a little fun?
I'm talking about a man who had tattooed that didn't know what it said.
Yeah. He's older and wiser now.
Yeah, that's true. I have, still appreciate that. My mother, you know, the Austin family that we knew that had the funeral business or whatever. When their oldest daughter died, she had ALS 5 or 6 years ago. And my mom one day, I guess I don't know if she wanted to call. And my mom wanted this peace lily. So she took it. And of course, when my mom moved in, because I brought it, I'm not good with plants. It always died twice. And so when she moved out, I mean, it wasn't doing very well. The thing was going crazy. I have like 6 flowers on it right now.
And you're not doing anything. Yeah.
And I walked in this morning and I said, oh my God, Mom, it's for her.
Yeah.
Because there's no way, she'd love it, I guarantee.
Yeah. You couldn't keep it alive if you wanted to.
No, and it was full of flowers.
My sister's got 3 or 4, maybe even more than that, plants that she'll tell you that one came from Dad's funeral, that one came from so-and-so's funeral, that one came from. Great.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And they even had hibiscus outside too, that she loved to sit and watch and look at it. And that thing has had just bloomed like since she died. I can't, the blooms are crazy. It even flipped over among the storms. It was so fun.
I still survive. Nope. Now he's gone. The jail.
Oh, shit.
Well, Mr. Riggins would have called in at 1:15 like you said he was. They're gone. Nope, they're back. He said, give me 2 minutes, I'll be on.
Isn't it weird how they keep
Yes.
going in and out?
And the funny thing is, I'll be looking at him here and there, but it's black screen here.
Why are they Oh, let's record us earlier.
I gave them a bag of pretzels.
Cruise tech, everybody's here except for you guys.
I haven't had an apple in so long. I've been eating all the smoothies.
Then you can't get fruit in my house, because my husband throws it in the freezer as soon as we get it.
To make smoothies.
Can we, because the one he wants about these giant cookers, I would give it to him, he's not frozen, because they're frozen.
But they'll fall. You ever eat red grapes out of the freezer?
Yeah.
Man, that changes the whole game with a grape. There are certain things you freeze them, they're so much better.
Yeah.
My mother makes an oatmeal scotchy cookie. Phenomenal right out of the freezer. Susie buys me the only dark chocolate I eat. They're pretzel crisps.
Oh, yeah.
Dark chocolate covered pretzel crisps. Cheyenne keeps them at her house, but they're not in the freezer.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, we were over there for dinner. I said, I gotta have something sweet after I have dinner. She still has pretzels. I had a couple, like,
Not the same.
not even in the same ballpark.
Yeah.
Like, no, thank you.
They're good. Look at these things at Costco. They're like, and some of them are sorbets, and they come in, like, one comes in a half coconut shell, one came in like a grapefruit, the grapefruit cut in half.
Like a real grapefruit.
Yeah. And there's a sorbet inside. They're phenomenal. They're very light.
Well, listen to this.
They're just perfect.
Susie's telling me on the way up north. Our neighbor Debbie, get the scoop, the ice cream place in Bella.
Oh, yeah.
So Debbie saw on Facebook, they were closing for the season and they were gonna sell ice cream they hadn't opened yet. So she went in and bought a couple of containers.
That's a big one.
Yeah. So she's selling Susie the cappuccino ice cream. I'm like, Susie, that's gotta be 5 gallons or more. She's like, oh, I don't think it's that much. I'm like, yeah, I bet it is. I said, what'd it cost you? She said, it's gonna be $32. I said, all right, so ice cream in the store, how much do you pay for half a gallon? She said, well, it depends on the brand. I'm like, yeah, okay, so a good one in the store, how much do you pay for half a gallon? She said, about $5 or $6. I said, yeah, so assuming that they're not charging you the per scoop price for that bucket of ice cream, let's just assume they're charging you like high dollar premiums, $6 a half gallon.
Yeah.
And you're paying $32. I mean, how many half gallons is that, honey? A lot. She said, I don't know. I said, where are you gonna put your off line? I'm like, you're gonna have to have a cappuccino ice cream party. You'll never eat it before it goes bad. She said, oh, maybe I will. I'm like, okay. I mean, those things are huge.
Yeah, that's it. It's 5.5 gallons.
It's 2.5 gallons, and I think it's bigger than that. I mean, I'm just trying to picture, when you're in an ice cream store and you're looking down in a showcase, I think it's at least 5 gallons.
Close, if not.
Especially cappuccino.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody does, you know what I mean? If it was vanilla, it's like, yeah, I can give, everybody will take some vanilla ice cream home,
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for Mr. Riggins.
Okay, I'll give him a call.
I already did, and that was 10 minutes ago, and he said, give me 2 minutes.
He said, give him 10 minutes?
No, he said, give me 2 minutes, and that was at least 10 minutes ago. Court time.
And I'm waiting on one officer on the Crucic matter, but the defense attorney and the defendant are here, but we could get that going.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
Do you know if they actually showed up to do anything?
I'm gonna call that, but I'm guessing almost 99% no to show up.
They're supposed to do a water test on the roof, 8 o'clock, and then they got bumped to noon.
Did they do something with it? Or they're just seeing where?
They're trying to figure out where the water, I mean, we can tell where the water's showing up, but where's it coming in? Especially, you find a water leak on the first floor, It's like, who knows? I mean, that might be coming from, the other end of the building by the time it shows up downstairs.
We were sitting in a storm like 2 weeks ago, or something, we had that really bad one. I was standing in my kitchen, and I had that huge, big farm snake, was still, and so I'm like thinking, oh my gosh, what is especially, why is it hitting me? How's this water splashing in the shoulder?
Oh,
And I
no.
look up, can light, and it's just, oh, I screamed, screamed from my home. And the best he could figure it out, because there was nothing above the floor above us. Because we know what rooms above us, like the bathrooms that we couldn't figure out. It was probably the vent from our washer and dryer, the dryer vent goes out the wall right there. Because the washer and dryer are in the bathroom above, and it must have come in sideways.
The rain was blowing, the wind was blowing in sideways or something.
Wow. It poured.
So you had one of those big, sinks.
Yeah, farmhouse. A stainless steel.
Yeah, I like that.
I love it. Mine's huge.
Also, I forgot on the tray on the side of it.
Super much, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Really nice.
Yeah, like, and I had a real big box of.
I wanted to get one of those, Susie didn't want it. When you're trying to, wash baking sheets and, or me, I got some pretty good sized cutting boards for when I'm butchering.
You could put any stitch on
Go outside, get the hose out.
You know, I didn't like though, because it came with that steel wrap, and I took that one out. Because, and you know what though, but my girlfriend got one, and she had them cut it down a little, she had them make it a little bit smaller, so it's easier to pull out, 'cause mine.
Okay.
It's tight there, and tighten it out, because it comes on the hand, right? Yeah. I just. Mark's like, well, let's get the scratch. I go, yeah, that's the look of that, I guess. Stainless steel.
Right.
Yeah, one of those, like, steel rods, so roll down.
Oh, yeah.
So we can put things out and stuff that can break.
Well, that's a good idea.
Underneath, we got the sliding inserts thing.
Right.
Fill that with cold water, put your frozen chicken in there.
To thaw it out.
You don't have to go back and get the sink or anything. It's really nice.
So the sink has compartments on it. Removable.
Removable, yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
We got another one too that we don't use now. We've got stuff inside that one. It's got a drain at the bottom. Drain the water out.
Yeah.
Thaw out the chicken or whatever.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Seriously, with 11 preliminary exams, you should I be standing around?
No, we shouldn't.
But it's not anything that we can change.
Yeah.
It's never happened.
No, you got to schedule every time slot's got to have 2 or 3 scheduled every time slot. Like 2 at 12:30, 2 at 12. They should be waiting for us.
That's the day that you're gonna have everybody go.
Yeah, but you know what? At least I'm working. I'm not standing. I should be waiting for attorneys all the time. I told Heather the other day, I said, wouldn't it be nice if we can spread stuff out? Monday we had nothing. Yesterday we had nothing. I mean, like 1 or 2, something, juveniles, and then today we got all this stuff scheduled. Romulus pretrial.
Judge,
Yep.
Mr. Riggins just called. He apologizes, but his computer just crashed. So he's going to try to reboot, and he will be on as soon as he can.
Thank you.
That's how I feel like 1 week, when I'm doing LSAC and MERS together, 1 week I feel like I can't breathe, I just never leave my house.
Yeah, and then
the next
nothing.
week I'm like,
Well, you know what I found since our new Zooms, our new post-COVID schedule? I never know what I've got tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, and I look at the calendar, and an hour later I'll think, what do I got tomorrow? Because in the old, every 3 weeks you knew.
Yeah.
Monday was going to be criminal for Romulus, and Tuesday was going to be, you know what I mean? But I just can't get. It just seems like if you ask me how often do you criminal, I'm like, I don't know. It seems like every 3 or 4 weeks I got a week or 2.
I have to
I can't keep track of it. And I don't know if it's because there's no flow to it, or it's because, we did it one way for so long. Yeah. And TDG and I have been talking about it because we're hearing all these things about all these other courts that are like doing everything live. Mace told her that Macomb County, everything's live. Everything's live. It's like COVID never happened. Yeah. It's like, how are they doing that? That's completely flies in the face of that order that Scale sent out.
We are ready on Cruiser, Judge.
All right.
Want to start with that one? What's that? Officers are outside, Miss Quick is outside, and her client's outside.
Okay. I'm assuming they're coming inside?
I know, we'll believe you when we see.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Riggins called Heather. His computer crashed. He's trying to reboot it.
Got it.
We're not. But we're really not ready. We're approaching ready. We're pre-ready. Right. And he's still waiting. All right, appearances for the People versus Christopher Crusack.
Alex Curry on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Hello, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, on behalf of Mr. Crusack, who's seated to my left.
Thank you. Yes. Sorry. Mr. Curry, are we ready?
Yes, we are, Judge.
Who's
And,
first?
I have my OIC will not be testifying. If you could see.
Sure.
Be seated next to me.
Sure.
And I'm just calling two witnesses, Judge, and the first one is Officer Eric Johansson.
Thank you.
And we would just move to sequester.
You're okay with the OIC though? Let's quick.
No objection.
All right. Come on up. Corporal, raise your right hand. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. I swear. Settle in. Go ahead, Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Judge. Would you please repeat your name for the record?
Eric Johansson.
And Mr. Johansson, Johansson?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Johansson, where are you employed?
I am employed with the Wayne County Airport Police.
And how long have you been with Wayne County Airport Police?
25 years.
And what's your rank with Wayne County?
I'm a corporal.
And may I call you corporal?
Yes, sir.
And Corporal, I want to direct your attention to July the 23rd of 2021. Were you employed that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
In what capacity were you employed?
As a K-9 officer with the Airport Police.
And did your duties as a K-9 officer take you to the location of 48910 Denton?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Van Buren Township?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Wayne County?
Yes, sir.
And officer, what was your reason for being at that location?
We had a dispatch that individual had just recently stolen a vehicle off of the Willow Run, which is our other airport property.
And did you receive a description of that vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you do with that information, officer?
Kept it in my head as we were responding on 94 to Belleville Road.
And so were you just investigating that dispatch, or were you just
we were investigating, and we were trying to get there as soon as possible to try to catch up with the vehicle before it made it off the property.
And did you make it to that location?
I made it to the location just outside the airport when I saw a vehicle that matched that description.
I'm sorry, you said the vehicle matched description?
Yes, sir. It was a yellow Dodge Ram pickup.
And what, upon that observation, officer, what did you do next?
I drive a slick top, very semi-marked vehicle, and I had two marked patrol vehicles behind me. I had no lights on, and I was just kind of observing what the vehicle was doing. And I observed the vehicle when the light turned green, from the number one far left lane, made a right turn right in front of two semi-trucks into the Menard Tim Hortons parking lot.
And what did you do upon that observation, officer?
I followed the vehicle into the parking lot.
Were you effectuating a traffic stop?
Not at that point, I was not.
Did you eventually effectuate a traffic stop?
When the Dodge Ram pickup truck drove at my sergeant, who was kind of trying to block him in a little bit. That's when I activated my lights.
Okay, and did that vehicle eventually pull over?
Did not. It went into the Verizon store, went south on Belleville Road, went behind the Verizon store, and came into the drive-through of the Arby's.
And did you follow that vehicle to that location?
I did, sir.
And what did you do upon your arrival at that location?
I exited my vehicle, and because I observed the driver of the yellow pickup truck was attempting to exit the vehicle, so I initiated, or I guess running on foot, and advised that I was a police officer.
You said it was between the Arby's, right? Behind the Arby's.
Behind the Arby's, yes.
And you left the vehicle, and the driver had left the vehicle at that point?
Correct. He was exiting his vehicle, and I ran across to, I was going to initiate.
And is the driver of that vehicle in the courtroom or on the Zoom screen today?
He's in the courtroom, sir.
And could you identify that individual possibly by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Oh, the black shirt.
No. Thank you. So what did you do after both you and the driver were on foot?
I yelled police, stop, and at that time the driver got back into the vehicle and put the vehicle in reverse and actually made contact with me with the vehicle.
Did you sustain any injuries from that contact?
I had a bruise on my right forearm and I strained a calf muscle.
And how far, so you said you yelled stop police?
Yes.
What were you wearing at that time? What sort of?
Exactly what I'm wearing today.
Exactly what you're wearing today, okay. And just for the record, may the record reflect the big police letters on the front of the corporal's uniform, please?
Noted.
Thank you, Judge. When the individual saw you and got back to the vehicle, how close were you to the vehicle?
I was pretty much right behind the tailgate of the vehicle.
Right behind that, so you're right behind the bumper, the rear bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And that's when the defendant put the car in reverse?
Correct.
And did you sustain any other injuries at that time?
No, sir.
One moment, Judge. After the car struck you, Corporal, what did you do next?
I drew my gun, and at that point, he had backed up, and we were actually face to face. And I drew my pistol, said "Stop, police!" And at that point, he turned the vehicle to the left, and then took off to the north.
After he hit you, turned the vehicle around and you were facing in front of the vehicle?
Correct, kind of like a J-turn.
Okay. And he left at that point?
Correct.
And after he left, what did you do next?
I put out on radio that I had been struck by the vehicle, and pretty much per our policy, I was terminated at that time for pursuing.
One moment, Judge. Judge, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Ms. Quick.
Thank you. Corporal?
Yes, ma'am.
Corporal Johansson, you said you were the one that received the dispatch of the stolen vehicle?
We all received it. One of my duties, if I'm not doing interdiction, is stolen vehicles for our department. So I responded.
Where were you when you received that dispatch?
I was actually by our fire station at Detroit Metro Airport.
Did the dispatch indicate where the truck was located?
I believe it was on the east side of the Little Round Airport.
Did the dispatch indicate where it had been taken from?
No, when I first was dispatched, it was actually the breaking into the vehicle and subsequent theft was in progress when I was first dispatched.
Okay. When you did activate your lights, where were you located?
I was leaving the parking lot onto Belleville Road.
The parking lot of?
The parking lot of the Menards and the Tim Hortons, it's right there.
Okay. And where was the truck at that time, the yellow truck?
The yellow truck was in the center lane heading south on Belleville Road.
So where were you in relation to that truck at that time?
I was still trying to exit safely out of the parking lot.
So you were behind the yellow truck?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the first car behind the yellow truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then eventually the yellow truck did come into a parking lot by an Arby's?
Yes, ma'am.
And essentially kind of stopped alongside the back wall, I guess,
for the
Correct,
schedule?
because there was multiple vehicles in the drive-through, so there's no other way for him to go around. It's kind of a tight area.
And instead of trying to move forward and around, he decided to just kind of back up and try and get away that way?
But initially, he was exiting his vehicle. Then, once I yelled police, then he got back into his vehicle and made that.
When you say exit, he opened his door?
Open the door, correct.
Did he get both feet out of the truck?
That I'm not, because of the way the truck is and the brick wall there, I couldn't testify to that.
You couldn't see him actually like moving on the pavement?
No.
Okay, so it's possible he didn't ever actually get fully out of the car?
That is possible.
Okay. And then, was it at that point that you had parked your car? And
When he stopped in the RV's parking lot, that's when I parked my car and then exited.
how far away were you parked from where he was?
Maybe 50 feet.
50?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you already out of your car before he got out of his car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you took off running towards the back of the truck?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point he put the truck in reverse and clipped you?
Yes, ma'am.
Which hit, you said your elbow?
Yes, my forearm.
Okay. Where was he when you yelled stop?
He was in the driver's seat.
He was in the car or in the truck?
Well, he was exiting the first time I yelled it. The second time he was in the driver's seat.
Okay. Just a moment.
Sure.
Nothing
Counsel,
further,
just
thank you.
Thank you. Good timing. Just give me a break.
Mr. Riggins, do you need a breakout room with your client?
I need a moment briefly, and I apologize, Your Honor. My
That's all right.
whole computer crashed and I had to get on.
I understand. I understand. Take your time because I just started an exam, so we'll put
Okay.
you in a breakout room with Mr. Langford.
Is
Helen,
10
you got
minutes
that?
enough, Mr. Riggins?
I think that should be more than enough, yes.
All right, I'll put you in a breakout room.
Thank you, gentlemen. Anything else for the corporal?
Very briefly, Direct Your Honor. Corporal, when you received the dispatch, did you receive a location
Yes,
of
sir.
where these events would take place?
Yes, sir.
And did you arrive at that location?
I never arrived at the exact location, no.
How close were you to that location when you observed?
Oh, we were less than a half mile.
13. No, we're good. All right, so
And when you were on
you can get
foot,
3.
when you were on foot, Corporal, when you exited the vehicle and when the defendant exited the vehicle, when he got back into his car, do you recall the state of the parking lot at that time with RVs?
Everything was full in front of him in the actual drive-through, but there was nothing to the rest of the, what do you call it? I guess the parking. It's pretty, I guess.
Let me put the question. Did he have to back up to leave the parking lot?
No, sir.
He could have gone, which way could
He could have gone right and made a complete U-turn around.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Ms. Quick.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Corporal, you can step down. Can we send the corporal back to his duties?
Sorry, Judge, next witness, is that what you asked?
No. Can I send the corporal back to whatever he'd rather be doing?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Corporal. Stay safe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it.
And Judge, the people's final witness would be Officer Seth Evans from Van Buren Township.
Thanks, Dale. Right up here, officer. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Settle in the chair. EVANS?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your witness, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Would you please repeat your name for the record?
Seth Evans,
And Mr. Evans, where are you employed?
Van Buren Township,
How long have you been with Van Buren?
2 years.
And Officer Evans, I want to direct your attention to July the 23rd, 2021. Were you working that day?
I was, sir.
In what capacity were you working?
I was in a patrol unit, fully marked patrol unit.
And did your duties as a patrol unit take you to the location on Denton Road?
Yes, sir.
And that's in Van Buren Township?
Yes, sir.
And Officer, what was your reason for being at that location?
We got called there for potential carjacking or vehicle theft in progress at the Willow Run Airport.
Did you receive a description of the vehicle?
We did.
And without telling me the description of the vehicle, did you eventually observe that vehicle?
I did.
And did you receive a location from that dispatch, where to go?
Yes,
And did you eventually go to that location?
we did.
And did you ever observe the vehicle that was in the description?
Yes.
And how close was the description of the vehicle? How close was the vehicle you observed from the location you received in the dispatch?
Like the description itself, like how close it was, or where I was?
Or excuse
where
me,
I
yeah,
saw it?
location wise, how close were you to
Maybe a mile away.
And upon your observation of that vehicle, Officer Evans, what did you do next?
When I initially saw the vehicle, I was traveling east on Tyler Road, east of Beck, and then I observed the vehicle turn left onto Tyler Road from Belleville Road. At that point, there was already other patrol units in chase of that vehicle in pursuit. That is when I joined the pursuit.
How did you know those officers were in chase of that vehicle?
By radio traffic.
And so you said you joined that chase, Officer Evans?
Yes, sir.
And did you activate your overnight license time?
I did.
And could you briefly describe your, is it a patrol vehicle?
Yes, fully marked patrol vehicle, lights and sirens were activated.
Say Van Buren Police on the side?
Yes, it's Van Buren Police.
And officer, approximately how long were you in pursuit of this vehicle?
I believe it was approximately 25 minutes.
And do you recall the type of vehicle you were following?
Yes, it was a Dodge Ram 2-door Bumblebee, yellow with a black stripe.
One moment, Judge. Were your sirens on at that time?
Yes, they were.
And what was how did that chase come to an end?
We initially terminated on 94, I believe next to Oakwood, as he failed to stop, and we weren't able to catch ground. Some undercover Dearborn units were able to pick that vehicle up in the area of Dearborn. They called our dispatch. They relocated the vehicle. Myself and our Officer McCarthy went to that area. We then observed the vehicle again traveling on Dix Road or Outer Drive near Dix. We then activated lights and sirens again, chased them for probably approximately a quarter of a mile.
And how did this chase come to a close?
I did a low speed ram into the rear of the vehicle, which caused it to disable the vehicle.
And upon that low speed ram, what did you do next, Officer Evans?
Several other area units were in the area. We were able to just take him into custody after he exited the car.
So you said him, you saw the driver of that vehicle?
I did.
Is that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes, it is.
Could you identify that individual by article of clothing they're wearing?
The gentleman in the black shirt with the black mask.
Noted. Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
That's quick.
Officer Evans, you stated that you had received a dispatch of a vehicle theft in progress. Is that correct?
Correct. That was the information that we were provided.
And that was reported from the Willow Run Airport. Is that correct?
Our dispatch is the one that sent it out, Van Buren Dispatch.
And as far as you know, there was nobody in the yellow truck when it was taken. Is that correct?
Correct.
That it was just a parked vehicle? Okay. Now, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that the owner is actually in Texas?
Yes.
I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
I have no redirect, Your Honor.
Officer, you can step down. Watch your step. Stay safe.
Thanks, sir.
Any other witnesses from the people?
No further witnesses for the people, Judge.
Any defense witnesses?
No witnesses, Your Honor.
I'm ready for argument.
Yes, Judge, we will move for a bind over as to all counts at this time. Zooming in on count, I believe we met our burden pretty clearly on counts 2, 3, and 4. But as to count 1, Your Honor, I think we should focus in on Corporal Johansson's testimony as to what was in front of the vehicle. I believe it was Corporal Johansson's testimony that he didn't have to turn. He didn't have to back rail. He could have made, I believe he said, turn right and looped around the officer to get away, but the defendant chose to back his vehicle up right where the officer was, because I believe Corporal Johansson's testimony was also that he was running up to him, yelling, "Stop, police." So the defendant knew that the officer was behind him. They backed up, Judge. So I believe that as to count one, in the course of committing a larceny, we heard that they were in the area for a stolen vehicle. They observed that stolen vehicle. There were things that came out in testimony about. So I think we've established that Dodge Ram was involved in a larceny. Judge, I think that is the force of violence requisite for the first probable cause standard, and the people would move for a bind over at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Quick.
Remember, we would object to a bind over, particularly on count one. First, I would point out that there was no testimony as to whether or not Mr. Krusak actually had permission to drive the vehicle. There was a lot of assumption based on a dispatch that it was a stolen vehicle, but there was no testimony that anybody actually reported it stolen, just that there was a dispatch with regard to that. And there's no testimony from the purported owner of the truck that Mr. Krusak did not actually have permission to be driving that vehicle. With regard to the count of carjacking, there was nobody at the truck when Mr. Krusak took possession of it and began driving it. Obviously, one of the elements of carjacking is that the car is taken from another person, and in this case, we don't have that. There was nobody in the presence of the truck at the time Mr. Krusak took possession of it. With regard to counsel's argument regarding Officer Corporal Johansson, he ran up behind the truck was the testimony, and Mr. Krusak backed up. There's no indication that Mr. Krusak certainly for sure would have seen that he was standing there on foot. There was no conversation between the two of them. It was testified that he didn't even know if Mr. Krusak had actually fully exited the vehicle, or if he had just kind of opened his door and then thought better of it and decided to take off again. He was hit by the back of the truck, which again, I would argue Mr. Krusak would not necessarily have known that Corporal Johansson was standing right there. With regard to the receiving concealed and stolen property, I would again argue that there was no actual testimony as to who owned the car or who had possession, who did not have permission to drive the car. And then with regard to the final count, I think we would submit that Mr. Krusak obviously did not obey or heed the officer's directions to stop.
Thank you. Mr. Cruz.
Very brief rebuttal, Your Honor. I think certainly testimony going forward in these proceedings, if Your Honor chooses to bind over, would be clear that would bring light to whether the defendant had permission to drive the vehicle or not. But Judge, I think we heard from two separate officers that there was a significant amount of chatter on dispatch about stolen vehicle in the area of this, in the area of Denton Road, and both officers got to the area, observed that vehicle. So Judge, I think we can make an inference that there was some validity behind these statements of a stolen car in place if it was being talked about significantly over police radio, Judge. So I think for a probable cause standard, people have met their burden at this time and finally request.
Anything else?
Your Honor, I would just submit that again, there is no testimony, and what the court has to go off of is what the testimony is before the court today, not what future testimony might be. I still don't think that the prosecutor has proven the burden that Mr. Krusak intended to use force against anybody to be in possession of the truck, or that he didn't have the right to possess the truck. Why he chose to take off and run the way he did is, not before the court today, just what he did do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. I just think that the way the last thing that people would contend, Judge, would be the flight coupled with the dispatch of the stolen car.
But the dispatch isn't evidence. But
Judge, we have a reason for those officers being in the location. They stated their reasons.
Absolutely.
And coupled with the flight of the of the individual judge. The people would contend we've met our burden.
Still gotta have something about the ownership of the vehicle. Matter of fact, didn't they change the court rules so you don't even have to have the owner in anymore? All you have to do is have the officer's statement that they talked to the owner and said, he didn't have permission to drive my car. Isn't that the rule?
That's
I
correct.
believe so, Judge.
Yeah, I'm really good at assumptions, but unfortunately, that's not what I work with at a preliminary exam.
I understand, Judge. Then the people would ask for a held in part at this time to subpoena another officer or dismiss it, and we can refile it with an officer or the requisite owner to go forward with this case, Judge.
Ms. Quick?
Your Honor, I would object to holding in part. This exam has been set for a very long time. We set it, I believe, back in September the 1st. So it's almost a month.
Yeah, there's no reason that people can't refile if they can put their evidence together. I'm gonna bind over on count 3, which is the fleeing and eluding. I think he's got the count 4 too, Ms. Quick, but I'll let you make an argument.
Pardon me?
I think they've established probable cause for count 4 as well. The assault, resist, obstruct.
Yes, Your Honor, we can see that.
But without something about the ownership of the vehicle or Mr. Kruzek's right or lack thereof to drive it, I think counts 1 and 2 don't go forward. So I'll dismiss 1 and 2, bind over on 3 and 4. AOI date is going to be October 20th at 9 a.m., or at least that's when I'll schedule it. And anything else to bond?
Nothing with people, Judge.
Good luck downtown, Mr. Kruzek.
Your Honor, if we could just briefly address, Mr. Kruzek is obviously out. He's wearing a tether. That tether requires him to be on house arrest. We would ask the court to consider giving Mr. Kruzek some out hours so he can begin working. He has been out, I believe, since around September the 1st. There's not been any issues. Mr. Kruzek has been in touch with me. We would ask for standard work hours, maybe 7 to 6. That way he can have time to get to and from job sites.
Where do you work, sir?
At this moment, I do not work.
I mean, who do you employed with?
Actually, my friend I live with, her brother is a handyman, and I would be going to work with him.
Okay. Any response to that? All right, 7A to 6P is what you're asking for, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll do that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good luck downtown.
Thank you.
Is that broken now?
Pardon?
Is that break?
No, it's got a wedge in there, the wedge came loose.
I thought it came off.
Mr. Riggins, did you have enough time with your client in the breakout room?
I did, Your Honor.
And what are we doing?
Your Honor, I spoke with my client, and my client would like to do the preliminary examination in person if possible.
No problem. I can give them another date.
And I'd like to also address bond if I could.
All right, I'm going to have to get a prosecutor in here to talk about bond, but let's
Okay.
look at some dates while we're waiting for that.
All right.
Give me just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Hey, would you let Mr. Curry know I got a bond argument on Langford?
Okay, yes, I will right
Prosecutor,
now.
Alex, yep. All right, Mr. Riggins, let's look at your calendar while we're waiting for Mr. Curry to come in.
Sure, not a problem.
I've got some time October 13th, next Wednesday.
Okay.
Council, we're trying to pick an exam date.
I think we scheduled Hamilton exam, so yeah, I'll already be there.
Okay. Can we do the Langford exam on the 13th, next Wednesday?
I can do it next Wednesday.
What time do we set your other one, Mr. Riggins?
I think we set it for 12:30, Your Honor.
How about 1 o'clock for Mr. Langford then?
Okay, works for me.
All right. And the bond is currently 50,000, 10%, I believe.
I think it's 50,000, 10% on one case, and 100,000, 10% on the other.
That looks like what my ROA says, or Register of Action says. Go ahead and make your argument. So we've got the prosecutors here now.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Langford unfortunately has a drug addiction. He is not an assaultive person. This is not an assaultive crime. This is a crime of opportunity. Unfortunately, circumstances as they were, that we're here today on both of these crimes. Mr. Langford does have a family. He does have family support. He has a wife. He has kids. Mr. Langford also tells me he has an occupation. He has a tattoo artist, and a very talented one, that's won several awards over the years for being a tattoo artist. Mr. Langford unfortunately also has diabetes, and I am being told not only by him but several other clients that there is a resurgence of COVID in the jail, which frankly, obviously, is the cause of us not being able to go today. Mr. Langford would just like to be home, spend time with his family. I think if there's a worry about him coming in contact with the complaining witness, I think if necessary, a tether would remedy that. He had more than enough time to have dried out. I believe he's been in jail for almost 3 months at this point. So we're just asking for a reasonable bond on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Kurtz.
Judge, the only thing that people would add is if Your Honor were to choose to reduce the bond, we'd ask for a GPS tether.
Sure. Are you, Mr. Riggins, are you proposing some kind of a cash bond?
Your Honor, I don't know what kind of means he's had. They obviously hasn't worked in the last 3 months. I would, if possible, a high personal bond that he would be forever, but maybe 10,000, 10%. Mr. Langford, can you hear me? I know they were having trouble with.
I can hear you, Your Honor. I can hear you.
Could you or your family come up with $1,000 if possible?
My wife's been just trying to make ends meet right now, just trying to keep all my bills and everything made to keep the house. She's on disability, and it would be really, it would be difficult to come up with $1,000 right now out of the house. That'd be really difficult. She's barely just keeping everything together right now.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Case number 210640, which is the escape lawful custody and assault, resist, obstruct a police officer. I'm going to put you on a personal bond with a GPS tether, ordered to house arrest. In other words, if you're not in court, you're staying home. On the case number 210635, which is the home invasion and other counts, same conditions plus a no contact with Robert Louis Johnson or the San Carlos Street address. Are those conditions clear, Mr. Langford?
Your Honor, you don't know how much I appreciate this.
Is that a yes?
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm and acknowledge the debt payable to the court in the amount of $50,000 on each one of these files if you violate these terms?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Riggins?
Only that I do not know I believe I have a phone number in the file for you. I'll schedule a visit with you. I just want to make sure we have good contact information for you.
I've got a phone number in the file, 313-366-5706. Mr. Langford, is that your number?
That's mine, but you know what? I can give you my wife's if that's what you need.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Let's get them both.
All right. 734-450-7244 is my wife's.
Okay, what's your wife's name?
Shelly Langford.
All right.
Good luck, Mr. Langford. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you so
Riggins.
much, Your Honor. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, I apologize for earlier.
No problem. What do we have?
Bildo's Green.
Appearances.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
James O'Donnell on behalf of Mr. Valdez Reed.
What are we doing?
Your Honor, today's date set for a preliminary examination. Second time we've tried this. I had to refile all the witnesses, either my OIC's on medical, I have people out on COVID. I haven't been able to reach one person, and so we were just not prepared to go forward.
Dismissed.
I move to dismiss.
Without prejudice, obviously.
Understood, and he understands, and I told the prosecutor that he has a residence and he can be located, to just come back again.
Yeah.
Judge, you wanted one more thing out of me today, and that is Devon Beach.
Right.
I was able to make a series of phone calls. I finally made contact with someone who knew that he was in the Huron Township Jail.
Oh.
I called the Huron Township Jail. He's under arrest from Sumter Township, but they house their people in the Huron Township Jail.
Yeah.
And that's where he is. I called to confirm he's in there.
All right, so let's pick another date.
If you can find Beach on the docket, he's highlighted in pink for bench warrant, scratch him.
So he doesn't get a bench warrant. Okay, let me make a note, counsel, then we'll see if we can pick a date. I've got some openings next Wednesday.
Wednesday, Judge, next Wednesday is
13th.
13th, and I'm going to be out of the state. I'm visiting my daughter in DC.
Have fun.
Thank you. The 20th, I'm clear.
How about the 17th of November?
Okay, hold on.
Judge Green's covered my docket that day.
Judge Green, well, I'm in front of another Judge Green downtown, but those are videos. As long as I don't have to be here exactly at 9 o'clock.
No, I'm doing them 11:30, 12.
11:30 would be perfect, Judge. Thank you, Judge.
And we'll continue Mr. Beach's bond.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it. Judge, will this individual get a document today regarding his dismissal, or will that come in the mail to somebody?
We can probably get him something today, can't we? That shows us was dismissed today?
I can get a notice.
Yeah, give us a few minutes.
I'm gonna have him sit out have him sit outside. Is that okay?
Yep.
Mr. O'Donnell,
Yes.
I thought Mr. Beach was hiring his own attorney.
Well, that's exactly what I thought. When I checked in with someone this morning, that's the first thing I said.
Yeah, that was me.
And he did say that, and I've not been able to confirm that. So I will keep my name on it until Mr. Nunley, I think it is the attorney handling his misdemeanors.
Okay.
But I can't give you any more word on that because I haven't talked to him. I only know that he's a kid.
Thank you. What's the next thing on our docket? Harrington or Castle?
Very codependent.
Thank you. What time is that? 2?
Castle, sorry. No, I thought you were looking for Castle. No, I thought you were looking for it.
I'll let you know when somebody's here.
Thanks.
That's why he was in custody last time. He was supposed to be here. Charge your tether. Is that right? Yeah, that's what they said, because he didn't charge his tether. Seriously?
Hello? Hello?
It's hard to hear it separately.
Hi, Judge. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Are we getting ready? Awesome.
I mean, the video is good and bad. It looks like they do give him kind of a beating, but it's very clear, and all of his testimony all along is that he was jumped from behind, holding my shirt over my head, and that's just contradicted by the video. Yeah, right.
It's from my client, it's really 6.5 dozen the other. I mean, he touched it, he's gonna say he touched it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? But
right,
you can't really tell what they're doing when they're on the ground.
right,
But my client doesn't get fall until after Will goes after.
right.
So where's the intent?
Or what?
So where's the intent?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to tell you two thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what's that?
I want to tell you thank you for being ready at 2:30.
Oh.
It's the bane of my existence. The attorneys get here and at the time of the scheduled exam, they want to start talking to witnesses and prosecutors. We have 11 scheduled today. So when you show up and you're ready at the time it's scheduled, I like it.
So.
Are we the last one?
You are.
I apologize for missing last time, Judge. I was pretty sick. First
No
time I ever
problem.
missed a case for being sick.
No problem. I don't know.
Well, Tess said no, so I assume not.
Yes, sir.
Hey, would you let Alex know that we're ready to roll?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Jane is on the way, sir.
Oh, Jane's doing this one?
Yes.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hmm?
You want to check in downstairs or anything?
The last time we were out in the car, and I think that's what
You guys,
Yeah.
you want to give them a ring real quick?
Yeah.
How they can just come to Harrington Cast, either one, right?
Okay.
I think last time they were all staying in the car.
Oh, really? Who told you that?
It was different when we were here last
It was under
time.
COVID.
It was a protocol, right?
No, no. I'm the more welcome to come in as a second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Both Cody's.
Yeah, so you hired me. Thank you.
He's not answering.
We got defendants coming?
He doesn't have his phone on. I'm gonna text him.
Counselors, you're calling your defendants?
We're calling our clients. Yeah, they're apparently down in their cars, we're
Okay.
thinking. Oh, he says, I'm here. Do we wait for a call like last time?
Hey, Dan.
Well, I'm vampire, I want to pull it.
I don't think she needs them. Yeah, ask her. Hey, Heather. She's not in there listening. Jeffrey.
Pardon me, Judge, both defendants are being screened right now.
Thanks. You want to put your defendants back in the gallery or on the pew behind you? That work?
Probably on the pew behind it.
If that works for you? I never thought about that. In the old building, it was easy. We had those chairs, we dragged them all around.
Bench is fine.
Or I give them a piece of paper and pencil. If you draw a picture, do something, don't know. You know, this way better than I do, so you can write down the deviation. We had 11 cases. Yeah, and then I had like 8 yesterday. See what I'm saying? It's like the facts are all jumbled up here. You know a trooper named Bear? He's new, young. I've had the second case with him. He does not get me discovery. He goes, I've moved up to Lansing. We still have 1-year-old cases. We don't have court officers anymore. We don't have people in the building.
No, but I'm saying we have one like a recording to get the information. All right, appearances on the People versus Jeffrey Harrington and Matthew Casal.
Jane Gillis on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joanne Frey on behalf of Mr. Harrington.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Weed McCann appearing on behalf of Matthew Castle.
Thank you all, and are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Gillis, call
We
the
are
witness.
ready, Your Honor. At the end of testimony in the case, we have some 911 calls. Defense was going to play some of them anyway, so I said, let's just play them all, get it. So
Okay.
picking and choosing, which is benefit. Some are good for her, some are good for me. So we're going to do that at the end. I'd ask that Trooper Weimer, who is the OIC of this case, be allowed to stay in here. He might give some very brief testimony at the end.
Okay. No objection?
No objection, Your
No
Honor.
objection, Your Honor.
Call the witness. Sir, all the way up front. Watch your step right here on this little ramp. Raise your right hand for me. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Settle in right here. Find your seat, state your full name, spell your last name, please.
Robert L. Beal, B-E-A-L.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gillis.
Okay, Mr. Beal, I'd like to take your attention back to the date of December 3rd, 2014. Were you at a Kroger's on that date?
Yes, I was.
Okay, where was the Kroger's located?
Canton City Drive and Michigan Avenue.
Okay, what city is that?
Canton.
Okay. And did something unusual happen when you were at that Kroger's?
When I went, I was going to pick up my girls from school at South Point. So I went to go and shop for some groceries for the day.
What time was this about?
Well, about 2:30, something like that, 2:15, 2:30, because I had to pick them up at 3:15. So,
Okay.
and the Kroger's is not too far away.
Okay, so what happened? You start with what happened. You're at the Kroger's parking lot, and then what happened?
After I got finished with getting my groceries, I got in the car and I attempted to pull off and my tire light came on, said it was low. And like, oh, I didn't remember running over everything. So I did the Michigan U, went out the parking lot, did the Michigan U, and I went to the BP gas station.
Okay. And
Across the street from there.
from the Kroger's. And then what happened?
I went to start to put air in the tires, and somebody in a white Saturn said, "Nigga, give me the car." And I didn't know who that was, so I jumped in the car, and I started driving and trying to get away because I didn't know who they were, who he was. He was by himself.
Okay, you said in a white Saturn. Do you see that person here today in court? But, can we have defendants pull their mask down at least for identification purposes?
I don't remember which one was in the white Saturn.
Okay.
But I do remember the tow truck driver and the white Saturn. The person in the white Saturn was short, medium weight, kind of chubby.
Okay. Let's continue on.
Okay. So,
Hold on. Okay. So after he said this to you when you're at the BP gas station, what happened after that?
I got in my car and I tried to get away from him because I didn't know who he was.
Okay.
So I got out and I went back to the other side I did the Michigan U, went back to the other side of Michigan like I'm going to pick up my girls, which is, I guess that would be west on Michigan going towards Beck Road. So, so I was driving, and then when I got to either Denton or either Beck Road, somebody in the tow truck pulled up and said, "Nigga, give me the car," and he pulled out a gun on me.
Okay,
So,
did he point the gun at you?
well, yeah, when you pull it out, you point it, yes. So, again, I didn't know who he was because the tow truck wasn't marked. So then I called my wife.
Hold on. I didn't understand. The tow truck what?
The tow truck driver didn't have any letters, any emblems on his
Was
car.
not marked. Okay.
Yeah, yes, it was not marked. So I didn't know who he was. I just know he pulled a gun and he said, "Nigga, give me the car." And he started chasing me.
Okay.
So I went down Michigan, did the Michigan U, and I got to, I think it was Beck Road, and I thought I lost him. So I called my wife, and my wife was like, "Go to an open parking lot with a camera." So that's what I did. So I went to the Walmart.
Where was the Walmart you went to located?
Belleville Road, and is that Belleville Road? Off of 94, Belleville Road, and I forgot the side street. Tyler. I think Tyler is one of the side streets there.
Is that located in Belleville or Van Buren?
Van Buren and Belleville are kind of like the same territorial, but the Walmart is listed Belleville Walmart, but I think that's Van Buren Township. So I think they kind of share townships and share the police. So that's what I say. But
Okay, so
it's listed as the Belleville Walmart.
You get to the Walmart, and then what happens?
I pulled up to the Walmart, I popped the trunk, grabbed my groceries, grabbed everything I needed out the car, and I started to walk towards the Walmart. And the person in the tow truck driver, said something that he was gonna shoot me. So I turned around to make sure I wasn't gonna get shot in the back. And he said something to me and I just said, "You're not shooting me in the back." So he said some words and I just turned my back to walk away. And then I got jumped by two people.
Okay, do you see the tow truck driver here in court today?
I think it's the tall gentleman right there.
Well, can you tell me what color?
With the blue tie.
That's the tow truck driver?
Yeah, I think that's the tow truck driver, yes. So you got to remember, when I saw him, he had, I forgot what type, I think he had blue jeans on or something like that. He had on a short sleeve shirt and he was thin, military built.
Okay. So what happened after the tow truck driver points a gun at you in this? What happens next?
He pointed the gun at me on Michigan Avenue near Beck. So I got away. I went to the Walmart and grabbed my groceries and walked away. And that's when the two repo people came from behind and jumped me and started
Okay,
to.
so wait, did he point the gun? You said he pulled up in Walmart. He pointed the gun at you in Walmart parking lot?
No, he pointed the gun to me on Michigan Avenue near Beck or Denton, one of those streets. That's that's when first time I actually seen the tow truck driver, when he was like, nigga, give me the car. And he pulled out the gun and pointed at me. So, again, I didn't know who he was. And that's when I called my wife. And she was like, get to an area with the cameras. So, and that's exactly what I did. So I went to the area with the cameras, and that's when I went to get out, grab my groceries. I got out, and then the two repo people attacked me. The tall dude, I don't know his name, but I just know he was taller than the other
Do you
fella.
see the person who attacked you today?
Yes,
Okay, what color shirt? is he on?
white shirt with a blue tie.
Can the record reflect he's identified? I think it's Mr. Harrington.
No.
Okay, when you say the two repo men attacked you, explain to me, I want a little more detail on that.
When I grabbed my groceries and I started walking towards the Walmart, that's when the tow truck driver said he was gonna shoot me, and I turned around to make sure he wasn't gonna shoot me.
And this was in Walmart?
This is in the Walmart, and this was in the Walmart parking lot. So he said that's what he was gonna do to me. So I turned around and made sure he wasn't gonna shoot me in my back. So, and then he said.
Did you see a gun at that time?
No, he did not furnish his gun at that time. But I know he had one because he just showed it to me on Michigan Avenue and back near Denton. So he just showed it to me, so.
Okay, so that goes on. Let me continue on in detail.
Okay, so when he said he was gonna shoot me, I turned around and I said he wasn't gonna shoot me, and I turned back around and walked away from him. And then the two repo people attacked me from behind, pulled my sweat jacket over my head, and started beating on me. The military person put his knee in my back of my left thigh, and he was beating on me. And I told him, I can't breathe, let me up, I can't breathe. And
were you on the ground?
Yeah, I was on the ground. Yeah, they knocked me down. They knocked me down and they jumped me. And in the middle of that, I think it was two witnesses, an older gentleman and a Caucasian lady, and I told them to call 911. I said, I think they tried to kill me. So I told them to call 911 because I was getting jumped. I didn't know what was going on. And then once I got hit a few times, had bruised head, and I was on the cement, they let me up. And by that time, I was limping.
I'm sorry, you were what?
I was limping. I couldn't walk straight. I was actually limping. So at that time, I was waiting for the police to come. So I was trying to get away from them, and they were following me. And then
Wait, let's slow down. Were you trying to walk away from them, run away from them, drive away from them? You gotta tell me.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I couldn't run at all. I was limping away from them because they just assaulted me. So I tried to walk away into the other side of the Walmart parking lot to get away from them. Okay. Mind you, I didn't have my groceries. I left all that on the ground because I was, when you get hit a few times, you kind of dazed. You're not.
Okay, do you see that you keep talking about the military type guy or the military? Do you see that person in court today?
Yes, that's the tow truck driver, the tall gentleman over there with the white shirt and a blue tie.
Okay. Do you see the other person that jumped you?
Yes. Can I stand up? Because I can't see behind. Yes, with the gray suit and with the blue mask on.
Okay, and you're sure that was the person that was
That
with
was
the tow truck driver
yes.
in the Walmart parking lot?
Definitely, yes.
Okay, can the record reflect he's identified the second defendant?
No.
Okay, so you're limping away, and then what happens next?
I was limping away, and I was trying to limp away to the other side of the Walmart to get away from them. And that's when the police came up. And then that's when they stopped and they said, and I told them, hey, I was just assaulted. I want to press charges. And they said, well, okay, let's sit down and talk to you. And they sat me down on the grass, and then they put me into the car as well. And then they started asking my name and everything. I told them what my name was.
Okay.
And I think it was 2 or 3 cars that came in. One of the police cars went over to the victim where my car was at, and where they was trying to tow my car, pick it up and tow it. And that was the 2 repo people.
Okay.
And
You
I
said
tried
2 repo people. Who are you talking about?
the 2 witnesses. At the time, I didn't know their names, so I just knew them by
The people you just ID'd?
yes, the people I just ID'd.
Okay, let's go back to when they were beating you. Were you on the ground or were
Yeah,
you were on the ground?
I was standing up. When I walked away from them, I had my groceries in my hand. So one of them came from behind and pulled, because I had a hoodie on, a sweatshirt with the zipper on. And they pulled that over my head where I couldn't defend myself. And they started hitting me, and they knocked me to the ground, and they kept on hitting me when I was on the ground. And when I went to the ground, that's when I asked the 2 witnesses, can you please call 911, because I think they're trying to kill me.
Okay. Now, as a result of this, did the police or did you go to the hospital afterwards?
Yes, I went to the hospital afterwards. They came and picked me up in an ambulance. Oh, yes, I went to the hospital, and I had some bruises. And when I kept on telling people at the hospital about my knee, I started getting partially paralyzed. I didn't know until later on that that was a military tactic that they used to paralyze people.
Okay.
I didn't know, because when I kept on telling people, they was like, well, you don't have any
Okay,
functions
let's
of
stop you right there.
paralyzed.
We don't have narrative.
Okay.
So listen, so when you were at the hospital, did you get treated for injuries?
Yes, they took my blood pressure, read test on my heart. They looked at the bruises on my knee and looked at the bruises on my head.
Okay. Did you have any lasting injuries that you had to be follow-up treatment or anything like that?
No, it was just little scratches from the cement and being hit. So, I had a little slight headache for a while, but
How many times when you were down on the ground do you think you were hit? Like 1 or 2,
Oh,
a dozen?
I would say at least between 5 to 10 times I got hit.
How many times?
Between 5 to 10 times.
5 to 10 times? Just hitting or kicking or anything like that? Was it?
Well, my head was down. They was pushing my head on the cement, so, and then they were swinging on me. So I think it must have been about 5 to 10 times I got hit, and then I yelled, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. And I was trying to get up, and then they let me up.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Coach, briefly.
Sure.
I'm sorry, and what? Okay.
You can get that on across the house. But he also was very adamant. How else can he say he's going to, like, he made a police report. I asked him, he made it to this officer, and the identification was through his attorney, Mr. Castle. I mean, they're positions on this, you haven't changed.
opposition because I'm going from self-engaged to now contract. This has been pending for years. Not the criminal cases, for civil cases, and it has been never, there has never been any difference between Mr. Castle and the tow truck driver.
Okay, so make a motion. Like, I can't do anything at a sidebar.
Thank you.
We'll argue it.
Your Honor, prior to beginning my testimony, I make a motion.
Please.
Your Honor, as the court is well aware, failure to identify is a failure for a preliminary examination. In this case, as the court may be aware, we've discussed this previously in court, this case happened 7 years ago. There was originally a report that was denied by the police department. There have been 3 civil cases where there have been multiple depositions of Mr. Beal, Mr. Harrington, and Mr. Castle, and as well as Officer Stanton, and there has never been any deviation between that Mr. Harrington was the Saturn driver and Mr. Castle was the tow truck driver. In fact, when the report was made to this officer, I don't mean to point, his civil attorney is the one that identified the individuals and said that Mr. Harrington was the Saturn driver and Mr. Castle was the tow truck driver. Now we come into court today and he has the identification wrong. And it was very clear that when he was identifying, he initially said that he wasn't certain. And it's also very clear that and this was something I thought could be an issue today, potentially, is that his attorney had to identify him to this officer. So now the roles have almost been reversed, and in 7 years, that has never happened. I would ask that the court dismiss these charges. If they want to re-interview Mr. Beal, they can do that, reauthorize. But failure to identify makes this case a moot point. And in this case, this has never happened that he has in 7 years identified Mr. Harrington as the tow truck driver. Nor was he the tow truck driver.
Ms. Gillis.
I guess, she's putting all this forward and saying this happened in depth, but I don't have any proof of that.
I gave you all the depositions and your supervisor.
I haven't read through all the depositions. I got 11 exams coming day after day, but hold on one second.
Sure.
Confer with my OIC, Trooper Weimer, and he indicates that he did have them reversed.
Dismiss.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
All right, we haven't called in church, but you said the one who said the tow truck driver mixed them up. One of the rules in a probable cause hearing is that you have to identify the right people.
We are. Yeah, I will.
I think he's really mad at